Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Let me know.
Sweet. I'm gonna supervise her phone.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to Rosee and Typically Unique. Thank you for joining today. Give me 1 second here.
Hello.
There we go. Thank you for joining today. Going to be covering the Idaho 4 hearing here today live. We already have it ready to go. So whenever it is live, we'll go right to it. And if we're in the middle of a conversation or something and it does go live, just let us know. Uh-oh. Hello. Yeah, no problem. So I'm going to wait a second. We'll go ahead and say hello until she can get the audio stuff figured out. And I want to say thank you, everybody, for hopping in. I know StreamYard, it somehow cut some of the earlier comment. You can hear us now? Uh-oh, we can't hear you, though. You're on mute. Uh-oh. Good morning, everybody. Drop some links for you guys in the beginning. No, we still can't hear you. Yeah, no problem. By the way, let me drop their links in chat. So if you're not subbed up, there you go.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. It's always technical stuff. It's like right before the show, I had a sinus sneezing fit. So I was like, yeah, that's cool. That's great. So I'm going to be a little sniffly. I don't understand. It's always right before the show, you know? It's always something right before the show.
Always.
Live streams. I figured we would check out Law and Crime. I wanted to check out the Nancy Grace episode on the Howard Bloom stuff. She's got a part 1. But I think it's going to go a little long and might, kind of go longer, and then the hearing will start already. So I'm going to check out the Law and Crime one. It's a little shorter. But Rosee and I are going to be reading Howard Bloom's book for a show. Have you heard any of the stuff going on about Howard Bloom and his theory? And, I know he said it a long time ago, but it's kind of odd because, and maybe he even wrote this book a long time ago, but it's really odd to me because it seems like it's very unaware. You come out with that book and the theory, but it's like, have you been watching the court hearings, bro? So I don't know. What do you guys think about the whole Howard Bloom book and everything with it coming out? What do you think?
I started listening to it. I'm on like chapter 7. I don't know. It's just all hearsay. Everything he cites in there, there's nothing earth-shattering. So, yeah, it's just his opinions. In my opinion, I'm kind of mad that I even gave him the click that I downloaded it to listen to it.
Nah, the book's only $14, so it was all good. It's a couple Happy Meals, it ain't nothing.
Right, but to give him the money,
right? What do you think, Rosee?
I haven't read it yet, but I mean, from what I've seen, just in terms of interviews, I'm a little worried about him actually.
Yeah.
It seems a little bit out of touch to me. I kind of like what you said about maybe he wrote it a long time ago.
I don't know. And like you hear him say sources, and it's like,
that's all he says in there. A friend of a friend of a family, a cousin of a cousin of a friend. Like,
Right, and it's like, how did you know what conversation took place between him and his dad on the drive back to PA? How in the hell do you know that? Like, that was the one biggest question I had, because after he said, yeah, they had this conversation about, how he was Brian waited to have the talk with his dad until the drive back about how he was getting fired from WSU. And it's like, wait a minute, bro. He got fired after he was
Right.
charged. He wasn't fired before. So how would, you know what I mean? It's like, where are you coming up with this stuff, man? And then we've been watching these court hearings. I've seen some of the people that were the most pro Kohberger guilty didn't want to hear nothing about nothing else, wouldn't even consider it because they were too damn smart. And now they're going, man, where's the beef? So it's, I don't know. The book, maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe he wrote it a really long time ago, because any sensible person could sit and watch these court hearings and go, where's the stuff? It's ridiculous that the defense has been asking for the stuff that should have been in the discovery the day he was charged, if not shortly thereafter, because we know some stuff takes time. But dang, how in the heck, if the defense is still asking for all of these things which are crucial to his conviction and a death penalty, how in the hell did you storm his house like that and arrest him? How come, like, how were you able to just, like, I mean, you knew where he was at. You were checking his garbage. You couldn't pulled him over when he stopped at a gas station to get a sub or something, and you said, hey, we need you to come down. Or you're going to tell me that you, just like Long Island SK, they waited to get a pizza box out of the trash. You can't tell me you couldn't have waited to get his DNA, not his Poppy's, his DNA from somewhere. Like, he never threw anything out of the garbage. Like, he never drank a cup of coffee. Like, he never had a Snickers. It doesn't make sense to me that you can do all that, but yet the defense is still where is this at? You see the experts that the defense is bringing up there. Even Brett Payne. You know what I mean? Like, even Brett Payne finally admits that most of the PCA is just hearsay itself. I talked to somebody. Oh, these were conversations that were being had. It's nothing like a real investigation. I don't understand it. So with this book, I'm like, bro, you had to have wrote it a long time ago and not seen these, unless he's just doubling down because he was trying to be right in the beginning. And when stuff started coming out and we started realizing the facts, I mean, the DNA dirty glove, how Maddie Kaylee could have owned the K-bar, like all of these different things. And it's like, dude, maybe you're just trying to stay relevant in the new age because your ass is old. When you, I mean, let's be honest, when he got into the game, when he started doing his reporting and investigating way back in the day, there was a different code of ethics to journalism. He should know better more than any journalist.
Right.
He should know better because he started off in the very beginning when those ethics and codes were strong, when you had to fact check, when you had to, where you got your information, how you reported your information, when you released your information, all of those things. He came from old school, so he should know better. I don't understand any of it.
I heard somewhere too that he like called in some of his connections because of the investigating, the journalism he used to do. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah. It's probably the same as Ashley Banfield's,
Right.
Reddit. That's where it came from, Reddit. Let's be honest. It came from Reddit.
It just seems like he's trying to sensationalize a lot of things or scenarios that could be just mundane. Like, I really personally related to what he said about the dad on the drive home. Like, that's typical parent, young adult relationship stuff. That's not crazy.
Right. I mean, and who knows what they had to have talked about everything. I mean, that was a 40-some-hour car ride.
Right.
Straight. Not stopping for gas, stopping for getting something to eat, stopping to stretch your legs, stopping to switch, whatever. I mean, that's a long drive. So you had to talk about everything. It's like a fortune teller. You can literally just take a dart and throw it at any of those balloons, and one of them's going to pop. You're going to be right. So I'm sure that he talked about his teaching assistant stuff and whatever. He probably even talked to him about his lack of bowel movements for a couple weeks. I mean, the conversations would have been about everything. So I don't know. It's I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. I don't know. Nancy Grace has always been. That's why I quit watching Nancy Grace a year ago. We made up since, but I quit watching Nancy. I quit watching Nancy Grace back then because she was so pro Kohberger. It was oozing out of her like ears and eyes and everything. So I'm kind of interested to see. I wish we had more time. We'll watch it. Trust me, because I want to watch it because I'm sure she's going to be oozing again when it comes to Kohberger. And did her and Howard Bloom get together? I think they did. Did they? So they were.
Yeah.
So Howard Bloom came on her show when she was talking about it. Then I think.
Yeah. I think so.
And then maybe.
Yeah, let me we'll have to check out the sidebar. It's going to be live in about 50. I mean, you know what? Let me see here.
The sidebar.
We could What do you guys want? We could either watch the lawn crime and chat a little bit during it, or would you rather watch the Nancy Grace one like straight through? Cuz Nancy Grace is about, let me see. Nancy Grace is 43. We could do it. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to watch the Nancy Grace one. Screw it. Let's do it.
Okay. Breaking news tonight. Bone-chilling Brian Kohberger details emerge. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Bone-chilling. Bone-chilling. Oh,
Bombshell.
Here we go.
A new tell-all book reveals a bone-chilling theory on Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger. Author Howard Bloom joins Crime Stories for an exclusive interview.
Howard Bloom is joining us right now from Manhattan, along with an all-star panel to dissect what we know and what we are learning from Howard Bloom. You know, I have poured over every document, every search warrant, every return, every witness statement that I could get my mitts on. I have flown to Idaho, to Moscow, Idaho, in the midst of winter and trudged through the snow to look at the scene as best as I could, to drive the route. I believe, oh yeah, good times, freezing. Then got in an SUV at night.
All right, she's just going to brag. Here's the real route with real footage, and you can see all the cameras, security cameras, street cameras. That's the route, people. Check it out.
How is she going to connect this to her kids?
I don't know. It's just that somebody said in chat she's in a mood in this one. This is going to be interesting.
Really? That said,
yeah.
After all that, I still learned so much.
Oh no!
From reading Howard Bloom's book.
No.
The name.
No.
When the Night Comes Falling. A Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders.
Oh no.
Wow. even the title made me stop. And in the midst of everything we all do in regular life, you know, working, your children, your cat, your dog, your mom, I managed to finish this book in one day. I practically could not put it down. I had it in two forms. I printed out what I had and had it on my iPad so I could look at it no matter where I was. Howard Bloom,
Oh boy.
It's amazing. You had me sitting in the Costco parking lot in the heat, reading your book, trying to get to the next chapter before I came back home. It's amazing.
Well, I appreciate that. That's very kind. You sit in a room as an author, and you wonder if anyone will read what you write, and then to hear someone talk about it so graciously, I'm very flattered. So thank you.
Well, I've never been accused of being kind before, so I will take that with a box of salt. I want to get right to it. There's so much in your book. I had to take copious notes. So I'll just start at the beginning. It was an amazing intro, and I was struck by the fact that you start your book from Kohberger's father's point of view. And what I learned about his father really touched my heart.
What do you mean?
He never got to go to college, and he was so proud of Brian Kohberger and was already referring to him as Dr. Kohberger amongst his coworkers. And it reminded me so much, Howard, of my father, how he didn't get, we're first generation college. And when I got through law school, in his mind, it was the most amazing thing ever. So proud, right? Now, here's my question with that lead up. Almost at the beginning, his father and his family, Kohberger's family, suspected him of being the killer. And I found that just, I was dumbstruck. Because, you know, when I read about a crime, I don't immediately think, oh, my son did that. In fact, I've never thought that. Tell me your thinking and why you say that.
Michael Kohberger makes this trip out to see his son to make the ride back with him. You know, this is a 28-year-old man, and his father is worried about him. He's making this trip. It's fatiguing, it's expensive, but he's worried about his son. He's sitting next to him in this car, shoulder to shoulder. He knows the police are looking for a white Hyundai. And one of the first things he realizes when he meets his son is that his son's mood is volatile. That's his first sign that Brian is in a state. He goes out to meet his son in Washington State, and he doesn't know which Brian he's going to encounter. But that's his first sign, and he begins to see as the moods change and become deeper and more acerbic. He begins to wonder, oh my gosh. He begins to think the unthinkable. He begins to consider that his son could, in fact, be a murderer. And all this is building in his mind. And he's afraid to go there, as any father would. But he's getting these clues as if he were following footsteps in the snow. And the footsteps are becoming bloodier and bloodier.
Wow.
And he now realizes, could this really be true? And then all of a sudden they're driving along in Indiana, and they see police sirens in the back, and the car has to pull over. And he begins to feel, what is going to happen next?
Wow. Guys, with me, Howard Bloom, who has literally written the book.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute it for a second. How does he fucking know this? How does he know this?
He's very imaginative.
I mean, I learned so much about his dad. That's his opinion of his dad. That's his opinion. And when it comes to Brian Kohberger, I'm sorry. Has anybody been pulled over? Do you not get nervous when you get pulled over? Of course you do.
Yeah.
Right? Even if you're not doing nothing wrong. So this guy right here, that's what he looked like. I mean, you seen him in the both of the body cams. Nothing. Come on. I don't.
Yeah.
And then the dad's going, oh yeah, da 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 da. You can tell the dad's really nervous because he's just talking. This is going to be an interesting read.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Son was just registering for school. He had real concerns about his son.
Joining me an all-star panel in addition
How
to
did
this
he
incredible author, Howard Bloom. Howard, I noticed that one of the points of contention was about the route. And when I was driving that route from the King Road murder scene back to his apartment,
you saw the security cameras.
Pullman, I was wondering why he did that, why he drove an hour in the middle of the night. And I'm sure you know there's no street lights. It's it's pitch black.
What?
I nearly ran off the road a couple of times when a semi would come by.
What?
But he basically did the same thing with his dad. The dad flies out, does a quick turnaround. He's exhausted. He gets in the launcher with his son. And the son refuses to go the direct and much shorter route.
Right, the route he should have took.
Think that had anything to do with Kohberger believing he was being followed or monitored?
No.
I think Kohberger, being a criminology student, was trying to take precautions. At this point, I don't think he...
Okay, screw what he says. If he committed that crime for 4 people, do you think he's going to take an hour in some joyride? Hell no, he's going to get back home. And when you see the route that he should have took from my footage, you'll see why he should have took that route. Not only leaving, but getting there. It makes absolutely no sense. And what she says, it's dark, please. Please, there's street lights all over the place. You don't nearly run off the road because it's maybe when you're driving in the couple streets away from 1122, you might. But other than that, you guys can see. That's why I did the footage in the drive in the daytime, because I wanted you guys to see, and we did the night footage too, but in the daytime, I wanted you guys to see all of the security cameras. And when we go through the security cameras, that's just the security and traffic cameras on the road. That's not counting all the businesses around that route. And one of them, where they supposedly caught him at a stadium in Nevada, that came from a business. If you read the PCA and how it said it caught him going northwest and then southeast, that's from a building. There's only one way you can drive and get caught going northwest and southeast. There's only one way. It's from a building. So this whole, there's not enough footage. Where's the footage? You wonder why the FBI, there's a lot of stories about the FBI and the local police having friction from the beginning. I'm wondering if the FBI was, it's 2011 to 2013, and the day that Kohberger was charged and arrested, all of a sudden it switched to a 2015, and I'm wondering if that's where the frickin' friction came from, because the FBI is going to say, how dare you? I've been doing this for 20, 30 years. I'm an expert for the government, and you're going to tell me that I picked the wrong year. None of it. None of it. The whole route. And when I show you guys, when I went there, because I talked to the cell phone company, I wanted to find out for my own safety, where are the dead spots, because I needed to make sure I was protected, and I avoided dead spot cell phone areas if I was being followed or tailed or whatever, because it's fucking dangerous out there. It's a different world. I asked the cell phone company, they showed me the map, and I looked down at southeast of Pullman. There's a few block area, and I said, wait a minute, so the tower that is over here that this house gets connected to, that tower reaches all the way to that southeast corner of Pullman. So I said, I can literally be in Pullman, and I'm asking this guy, he's showing me his map. And I'm asking him, I can literally be right here in Pullman and I can connect to that tower. And he's like, yeah, there you go. Because anything in the PCA, in the PCA, it just says utilize the same tower. Well, Brian Kohberger, if he really did drive to go to the park, he could have went straight down, hit that little area right there that would have connected to it, and then boom, went to the park. He could have reconnected to the tower again, coming back into town too. He could have came back into town that way, coming from the park as well. So yeah, you could have footage of him coming back, going back home, because he could have came back that route, because where he got caught on footage is in that same area. Pullman's a very small town. There is a bunch of major roads that go through it. Small town, a lot of major roads. You can definitely hit that area. If you go to the map of Pullman, very bottom right east corner, and I'll bring it up here at some point and I'll show you guys where it's at. This area, literally, you're connecting to 1122. You don't even have to be in Moscow to connect to that tower. Nightbot snitching. Uh-oh. All right, let's hear what Chris has to say.
An all-star panel, and I want to go out to Chris McDonough joining us, the director of the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, host of the Interview Room on YouTube, who, like me, like Howard, has seen the evidence, has walked the scene, very familiar with the area. Chris McDonough, you've had a lot of homicide cases, and very often family members know their son is a killer, but they will never admit it. And I'm thinking about Kohberger's dad, who knew he had suspicions at the beginning his son was a quadruple killer.
Yeah, and Nancy, I think what happens is, right, that parental, tendency kicks in relationship to, they want to believe it, but they don't necessarily want to believe it. And so it's kind of a tug and pull from a parental position. However, in this particular case, it's obvious Dad had his radar was way up and had taken that trip to go out and pick up his son. So that in of itself,
think about it, Chris. And let me throw this to Dr. Angela Arnold, a renowned psychiatrist, joining us, AngelaArnoldMD.com. Have you ever seen parents that tiptoe around their child? That they're
Hold on. Oh, it's live already? Holy crap.
Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Kohberger, CR 2922-2805. Present in the courtroom is Mr. Kohberger, represented by Ms. Taylor, and Ms. Massad and Mr. Logston are participating over Zoom remotely. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are participating over Zoom remotely. So we're here for a scheduling order, and I think we're about 13 months from the arraignment, and I think at this point, this is my opinion, that we're getting to a point of diminishing returns, and I sent to council last Friday on a proposed scheduling order for a lot of things, deadlines, including setting the trial. And so I also have set this hearing so that we can discuss this and see kind of where everybody is. So let me start with the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've reviewed the court's proposed scheduling order with the attorney team, and we are agreeable to it. It makes sense that we do the trial in the summertime when high school is out across the street and when the university is out and the conflicting activities. And the schedule that Your Honor proposes is acceptable to the state. I would note just a minor detail that June 19th is also a legal holiday. The court specified July 4th as a legal holiday. We wouldn't be able to hold trial, but
Sure.
19th as well. Other than that, we have no objection to the court's proposal.
All right, thank you. I mean, as I went through all of this, I mean, there's going to be a lot of motions, a lot of hearings, a lot of work. There already has been a significant amount of work, as we all know. And when I tried to balance this out, I do think it's pretty fair, balanced, and I hope realistic. So, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, first, I know the court has listed this as taking place in Latah County. We haven't been heard on our change of venue yet. That's to come.
Totally understand that.
So I don't want anybody thinking I'm agreeing to Latah County is all. The June of 2025, that's the time frame that we have been working towards. I am hopeful that we can come in there. We're working towards that date. I think it's reasonable to set that date. As the court's aware, mitigation is something that takes a significant amount of time. We've had that underway since the day we took this case. We continue to work that very hard. I spoke with our mitigation expert last night about this date. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, but we're still working towards that. So I think it's reasonable to set that. I just want the court to know that that's not finished at this point. That's very much ongoing, and new things are coming out that we need to follow up. But with that said, I think it's reasonable to go ahead and pick the June of 2025 as a trial date at this time.
And by the way, I think you understand that, all counsel understand that, but this is a 3-month trial. So I was calculating 2 weeks to set the jury, then 8 weeks of trial, and then 2 weeks for mitigation and sentencing. And I mean, that's a guess, but I think it's enough time for all of those things to take care of. And obviously, the last 2 weeks would only be if Mr. Kohberger was convicted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do want to bring up a couple of issues I have with some of the deadlines. I looked this over. Our team has talked about it. I've gone over this with Mr. Kohberger. I do have a couple of concerns about the deadlines, and I'll just bring those up to the court for the court's consideration. As far as motions challenging the death penalty, and that's in right under motion practice letter A that the court has on its draft, we can have a lot of those filed by September 5th. I would note for the court that that's ahead of the state's final discovery date, and that's ahead of the state's deadline to produce its aggravation case that it will use. We can meet this September 5th deadline, but we're going to ask the court to give us a little leeway when there's something new that comes our way. If there's an amendment to a motion or a new motion that becomes relevant based on something new, we'd like a 2-week window after receiving something new to file that. But the bulk of it we can get in by the deadline that the court has asked here, and that's just not a problem.
Sure, I understand that. I mean, I looked at that. I wanted to have that early because, you know, it's a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I was aware of the Ross case. I think you had 16 motions in that case. So I wanted to sort of address those issues early.
Your Honor, we can definitely do that. We can address a lot of things early. We just don't want to be precluded from bringing an amended motion or a new motion if something new is filed that would have been relevant to something we've already filed.
I'm not going to prevent you from doing that.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the way, a lot of these deadlines, I mean, you can certainly do them earlier if you'd like to. I would encourage everybody to do that. Thank you.
Your Honor, then moving on, the motions in limine under letter C, the court has suggested February 13th as the date for that. I think in large part, we can do some by then, but the exhibits that we'll exchange and witness lists that we'll exchange aren't due until after that. And again, I think there might be additional motions that would be relevant after those things have been exchanged. So if the court wanted to move the whole deadline, so we had all of those motions in limine at once, I think that would be reasonable. But if the court wants to keep this deadline, as long as we have the ability to bring more motions in limine based on new filings, we'll be okay with that as well.
Sure. And I was also thinking about, I guess experts, for example, I mean, they may have longer hearings that, we're going to have to work through all of these things. I mean, this is just a structure.
Thank you. The court had listed March 14th as a trial brief date, and that is ahead of some of the other deadlines, recognizing that the trial is the innocence phase and the sentencing phase, if it happens, is the mitigation and aggravation. I would just say this is a fine deadline, but we won't be touching anything to do with our mitigation by then, if that's what the court anticipated.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I think we had March 3rd for mitigation. I figured by then you would pretty much have that in hand.
We hope to. That brings me to the last point I wanted to talk about. The court has proposed setting a mutual exchange of aggravation and mitigation materials, and I'd ask the court to reconsider that. We will aim for our March 3rd deadline. That's our plan right now. If something changes that, then we'll come back and let the court know and talk to counsel. But would ask that the state's aggravation package be provided to us earlier than the same day as our mitigation. Should we get to that point, the state has the burden of establishing the statutory aggravators. There are some things I think I might be able to guess about how the state's going to try to present information, but I don't think I should have to guess. I think I should have that information well ahead of providing the mitigation that will be presented in response to any aggravating information that's presented by the state. So I'd ask the court to set the date for the state to produce its information much earlier than ours. The state filed its notice a year ago yesterday, and I have a lot of questions about what the state would intend to use to try to establish many of the statutory aggravators they've listed. I know I've heard the court talk about super due process in a capital case, and I think it's appropriate for us to be on notice and be provided discovery, to be provided a full range of what the state intends to use to establish those if we ever get to that point. And I think we need those ahead of our deadline for mitigation. So I'd ask the court to move that deadline up quite a bit earlier. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, do you have any issues about having the aggravation in advance for a period of time?
No, sir. As long as we will have the option, the ability to supplement that once we see whatever the defense plans to offer in the way of mitigation.
Well, I'm appreciating that, with these deadlines, that we're going to have supplement all the way along. I just don't want to be scrambling around a month before the trial. We're all going to be very, very busy. And the more we can resolve certain motions, supplements, whatever we need to do, I'm trying to do this sooner than later.
Yes, sir. And that's our preference as well.
and Ms. Taylor as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
With, just to make sure though, I mean, you have to do your job and the state has to do its job and I have to do my job, but I think this is a great step, okay, to set these deadlines and hearings so that we can move through this. It's gonna take a while, but anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, well, it's very short and I'm grateful that everybody's working together. Thank you. Okay. Take care, everybody. We are adjourned.
All right.
What the hell? What the hell was that?
Not sure.
What the hell was that? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I wanted to scream this right here, so set a freaking date, man. Make the prosecution stick to it and move on with whatever comes after that.
Yeah.
Because that's all Ann Taylor's saying. I need more time and I need a date for it to be set for them before us, because I can't have something be thrown at me at the last minute that's going to prove the stuff that I'm seeing that they're trying to say he did. I'm still waiting to see it. I can't have them drop something at the last minute.
Exactly. But I don't understand what that was. Yeah.
I think they were just setting a date.
Yeah. I mean,
June 2025 is what it sounded like. I can't remember if I said May or June. I know I said May or June, one of them. And this aggravation, like statutory aggravators, I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. Does that mean it's the things that are listed in the charges of what he did? You know, is a statutory aggravator the route? Is it the DNA on the sheath? Is it like, are those I don't know what that.
Me neither.
Let me look it up here.
What was that?
Statutory. Let me see. Aggravators make a sentence more severe or more grave and are defined by statute. Some are automatic or mandatory, while some are optional to be taken into consideration but not necessarily imposed. What? Trying to see what this means. Statutory aggravator. I'm just assuming it's just, what they're charging him with and what they're accusing him of. But oh, okay. So they have to use those for the death penalty. Okay. So they have to be used for the death penalty. But they just need to stick to a date. They should have had this stuff already.
Can you hear me, CJ?
Yeah.
I looked that up too. What was it? Aggravating factors? Statutory aggravating factors. It says recidivism, lack of remorse, amount of harm to the victim, or committing the crime in front of a child.
So the factors that determine how severe the sentence should be based on what was done during the alleged crime.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And so so they need those, I think, right? They need those to have the DP charge, I think. So people aren't eligible for the DP unless they meet those aggravation statutory, or I think that's what it is. Am I understanding that right? Like it's beyond the normal because then people couldn't get charged with the death penalty. It has to be beyond the normality of a specific crime to then be, it was so severe what you did that it's death penalty eligible, I think is what it is. So what are they saying, that he just committed the crime without remorse? Is that because, I mean, how can that be? How can committing a crime without remorse be? Wouldn't there be a whole bunch of people on a death penalty charge then? If, because how many people commit a crime and say they're not guilty?
Yeah, I think we would have had to seen a lot more to say that. I think it's the amount of harm to the victims.
Okay.
There's a whole longer list too of things about that, and then the mitigating factors. One of them is, and those must be factors that they have to take into consideration on both ends, victim's end and maybe defendant's end. It says mental illness or disability. That's interesting.
I mean, maybe the amount of people. Maybe that would be the.
Yeah, and I think the severity of the actual method.
I mean, yeah, but then wouldn't anybody who uses a similar weapon in a similar crime, it's a knife. I mean, I'm sure it gets used in a lot of crimes, and I'm sure the same, the same crime happens.
I think it's the amount of time. The amount of time.
Right.
Yeah, and the premeditation of it, I suppose.
Okay, so not that they passed from a specific weapon because it's both brutal, but because of they went over a specific number of times to certain individuals, and then that
that's what I think.
Jumped up the severity
of
the charge. Okay. Because we did hear one of them, it was like between 50 and 60, I think, was what was being talked about before. So 57, I think. I don't know. It's been a long time since
I think covered. 54.
54. Okay.
That's what I heard recently, but who knows?
Yeah. So with that, I don't know how in the heck they're going to get this thing done in less than 3 months. And you got to think nowadays, school starts a little earlier too. So you might have June and July, but when it comes to August, you might only have, I mean, you got to think you got, you have, where you go to the school, you check it out, it's the orientation, you're getting your classes set for sure. You're figuring out where your classes are, where you're staying, all of these different things. Mid-August. So I don't understand, and they're going to be there before that too, because they're going to be trying to like set up their home and stuff as well. So, I don't understand how you're putting it. They just want to rush it because I don't know. People thought OJ's trial was only going to last 7 weeks, and then look how long it lasted, like 7 months. How can you put that in a small bottle in a small time period? I couldn't even get lodging when I went there, and that was at the year anniversary, and I couldn't even get lodging in Moscow or Pullman. I had to go outside of Pullman just to find lodging. So how in the heck are all these reporters and all of these other people that are, once this trial happens, I mean, you saw the media circus. It's going to be bigger than OJ's trial. You saw the media
Yeah.
circus.
You make a lot of good points for changing the venue.
I don't understand why it wasn't in the first place, because when they first started talking about it in these court hearings, Bill Thompson he even said it himself for arguing against the change of venue. He brought up the best point of having it in Boise, because he said in the very beginning, Boise was the only one that was talking about it, and they were covering it nonstop. So to me, he was trying to use that against moving it, but to me, that told me Boise would be invested in the right thing happening. And so why not move it to Boise? You already said it yourself that those people are invested in the right thing happening because of the attention they were bringing to it. Why not move it to Boise? Boise could handle it. There is no time restriction. If it takes longer, then it takes longer. You can't, especially with this case, the DP, when you're looking, this isn't a slam dunk case. When you're looking at all of this stuff, all of the things that are in the PCA itself, which has already been admitted, a bunch of conversations. How can you think that you're going to be like, all right, we're going to handle DNA in 2 days. We're going to handle the route in 2 days. We're going to handle our experts in 2 weeks. How can you even put that on there? Because when it comes to the jury, they may not understand the technology of the DNA. They may not understand the technology of the pings or any of that, but what they will understand is common sense. And when you have experts that are going to be up there, you can have as many people talking as you want on the prosecution about how it's this and this and this. But when it comes to the defense, we've already seen their experts in these hearings. It's already having to raise a lot of questions with the evidence that is being presented. I'm wondering if the trial is going to end up in a mistrial because it's going to be rushed. And they're not going to be able to figure out, I can't convict this man to death because I'm hearing 2 different things about the DNA, and both of them are legit, and that's questionable doubt. So I have a feeling like the way that they're putting it in there is that it's going to end up in a mistrial, because I don't see how it's going to be done.
I don't know either.
I just don't. I don't see how it's only going to take 2.5 months. And I don't.
Are those laws different in different states? Like you mentioned the OJ trial, they thought 7 weeks and then it went way longer. So they just extend it. Will they just
It's all the experts.
Automatically extend it if they can't stay within that time frame?
They have to, because the defense has to rest and the prosecution has to rest with each one. And you know what I mean? So if you got the cross examinations, you have all of that, and you could have experts literally going and proving both. And then what it's going to do is, you got the prosecution, it's this is why they're kind of worried about the jury pool, because it's local. Local has an investment in local, right? So they feel that there might be some kind of investment that way, but this is somebody's life, and regardless if you think this dude's guilty as hell or not, when you go as a juror member, and you go sit in that courtroom and you see that individual, you think about another human being. And when you hear, because to them it's all supposed to be slam dunk. That's what the prosecution's been saying this whole time. We have so much. Just wait till trial. Just wait till everything comes out and you'll see. Well, we're seeing what they have and they don't have. And when it comes to what they charged him with and what they claimed in the PCA, you should already had that in the discovery already. So what's up?
Yeah, that mess.
Yeah, like, and when it comes to, you know, it's like the Oregon car, it's the same thing. They jumped on the Oregon car. They went all in. They were all excited. They were giddy. You could see the sparkle in their eyes. You know, Mr. Fry talking about it. He had sparkles in him, and he's just ready to go. They set up a team. They went out there. They were going, you know, and then they got there, and then they started figuring out, shit, it's a dead end. And they used the same energy when they came across Kohberger. And then they just, but the thing was, is they only had a few days before the new semester was going to start. So they had to, they couldn't say, shit, it just ended up like the Oregon car. They had to do it because they already were only getting less than 50% coming back, and they were scrambling to make sure that they kept that attendance, because that's the only way that they get their money.
What was it about the Oregon car that you think made them say, nope, can't be it?
Because they started looking into it and looking into the background of the people. And do you know anything about that? Yeah. Do you know anything about?
I mean, I've seen people online claim that they traced it back to people in Colorado that own that house or something. Like, I don't know how verified that is, but I'm wondering what the police.
There's a lot of connections there. Yeah, there's a lot of connections there. And
because if that's true, then I mean, if I were the police, I wouldn't have dismissed that so easily. That would be a path to go down to investigate.
I think they did. I think they looked for blood and they didn't find any in the vehicle.
Did they find any in Brian's either?
That was later. That was later.
Yeah. I know.
But that's what I think. I think when they got there, you know, I don't know, because I'm not in the investigation team, but I would assume that they got there and they saw that there was no blood in the car, because let's be honest, like the whole Dickie suit, you know, I mean, come on, we're talking about minute DNA that's on a knife sheath, right? And you're going to tell me another 20 skin cells of DNA didn't get transferred to an air vent, didn't get transferred to nothing on that car? Come on now. Like, there would have to be, I used to be in that business of detail and the work that it takes just to get a sparkle of glitter. All right? Like, it's just a sparkle of glitter is a pain in the butt. So I can imagine, like, ain't nobody cleaning that car, because you would have saw, come on, he would have taken it somewhere. If he did clean it himself, come on. There's nobody coming out saying, damn, his car did look like it had a fresh clean on the inside, like it was brand new. Nobody said nothing like that. You saw how his car looked on the body cams. It looked like it ain't been washed in a couple weeks anyway. Who knows what the inside looks like? I mean, come on. There's no way somebody's cleaning that DNA out of a vehicle. That's why I found it hilarious when there was some people out there in the YouTube community that were like, listen, he's guilty as hell. And I'm going to tell you right now, if there's no DNA in the car, then I'm going to switch. I'm going to change my mind. And they still didn't change their mind. You know what I mean? So it's like, come on. There ain't nobody. That's why, because I was having conversations back then with this individual on my show and on other shows. And I'm like, listen, I come from that line of business. All right. It was my job. I had to. I was doing work for sports teams and all sorts of stuff, personal people. I had to make their vehicles look like they just bought the damn thing. Like that was my job, to make that vehicle look like it just came off the showroom floor. And I'm telling you, there is no, listen. Like I couldn't even clean a car. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's no way I could get every speck of blood out of a car. There's no way. Nobody could. And when you have that many victims, sorry, a dicky suit, you're not putting it in all the items in a plastic bag and then putting it in another bag and then throw it in your trunk. There's still going to be a transfer somewhere. Still.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if you took precautions, this is minute stuff. Are you, how is the naked eye going to be able to see 21 skin cells? No. So how would you know you got it all? And how can you get that clean transferring the stuff that you used to commit the crime? How can you get that clean after you transfer it to not keep transferring it back and forth? Because the bag's got to be dirty. You can clean your hands, right? You can clean your hands. You can go clean your body. You go back to the bag. You got to pick it up. Well, you already touched it before you were able to put the stuff in it. So it's a constant transfer, no matter what precautions you take when you're talking about that minute amount of DNA.
Yeah, everybody knew how important that evidence in the car was going to be. That's why they said that, but
it is, because there would have to be. And it's not like he sat out in the car. No, the car sped off quick as hell at a high rate of speed. You're not, if you're parking in the back, which is what they're claiming,
right?
You're not leaving at a high rate of speed. I drove that road. I'm telling you right now, you go anything over 12, 15 miles an hour, you're running into a dumpster, you're running into a light pole, you're running into somebody's shed and garage shed. I mean, that's just how it is. That road is so tiny and crunched. And if you just commit the crime, the last thing you want to do is get in a car accident, right?
Of course.
You're not leaving at a high rate of speed that way either, because you can't even tell if a car is coming up Queen Road until after you're driving past 1122, and then you have that small, maybe half a second to a half of seeing if somebody's coming at you. So you're not going to leave the crime scene and bolt the hell out of there at a high rate of speed going around that corner, because what would happen if you're not seeing if somebody's coming up? Then you're going to get into an accident right in front of the dumpster, and then what's going to happen? You're stuck because there's no other way out. So that doesn't even make sense, to commit the crime and leave at a high rate of speed. Not even when you're turning, because as soon as you turn by that dumpster and go down Queen Road, it's only another second and a half until you get to the stop sign T section, until you got to turn right there. And you ain't taking that at a high rate of speed either, because these roads are cramped. It's not happening.
And also, like, the idea of cleaning up so methodically and, like, not leaving a trace of anything also doesn't really fit with rushing off in a high rate of speed either, because that's something very methodical. It just doesn't seem like the timing and leaving like that works. It doesn't fit.
No. Here, let me show this real quick. I'm going to show you guys. This is leaving. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys as I'm leaving. I'm going to show you the roads that I'm talking about. This was last year. This was last year, okay? So here's that road I'm talking about, okay? Now, right about here is where you would see if somebody is coming up on Queen Road, okay? And I'm only going like 5, 7. I'm not going very fast at all. And see, look at how close I am to that dumpster. And then here's that T section. You can go, and then you're hitting that T section and you got to turn. If you're turning at a high rate of speed there too, you might run into that garage to the right. You got cars parked right here. How are you doing that?
Is there an empty house somewhere around there? I heard someone talking about that. Do you remember that?
An empty house?
Yeah, a vacant building, vacant house. I don't know what they were talking about.
In that area?
Yeah, like close by.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't think I've heard that.
I don't think
I hadn't either, so I was like, what?
You know what? No, because when I was there, because this is so when I went there, this was a year after the FBI was coming back out there on Halloween to rescan the inside of the property, and that's when I was like, shit, they're going to tear this thing down. I need to go get footage before they tear it down. Now, when I was there, I kept hearing, like when I'd be sitting back here, I kept hearing hammering and like somebody was like remodeling and gutting the inside of a house, right? A lot of hammering on wood. I could hear banging on pipes, you know, like the sound of banging on pipes. I could hear that. And when I was there, I was every day I was like looking around. I'm like, where in the hell is this sound coming from? And because I'm like, I'm hearing all of this construction sound, but I'm not seeing anything. And I did look around the area here, the couple blocks, and I didn't remember seeing any house being under construction or anything either. And so that's why I kind of thought that maybe that was them, whoever was inside this house. It might have been them gutting it because they were getting ready to tear it down. Yeah. I don't remember. That's the only thing that I remember when it comes to any kind of property that might be empty and some stuff going on. What's with the empty house? What's that?
Someone
like
was talking about a theory of people hiding there, like if there were other suspects, something like that. I kind of thought maybe they were talking about that little building before the Linda Lane apartments. I don't know. Maybe just.
Oh, so hold on. Let me bring it up. So you're
where we thought people were standing behind it with the flashlights?
Let me see. Let me bring up the map because let me see here. Let's see here. Let's go. Okay. This building right here. Can you see? So here's Linda Lane. You mean this house right here? 13, 14, or there was something around here?
I'm thinking of the little like brick building that was near the parking lot. But maybe it was an apartment. I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking right.
No, there was. Let me see here, because there was
the one it's next to the parking lot, so the camera's facing the parking lot, and the building's to the left, and we thought people were standing next to it. Is that a full-blown apartment building, or is that like, to me it looked smaller?
I'm trying to
because I couldn't think of anything else they're talking about.
What I'm trying to let me figure out exactly what building you're talking about here.
And then said the blue house.
Here, let me just go to the. Oh, it's not showing. My bad. Here, let me just go to the map real quick, and I'll just have that up for a second. Okay, let's see here. So this house right here, where at on the here's Linda Lane and then the Queen Road. This right here?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Let me look at my footage here. Hold on. Let me bring this one up.
That's what I thought they were talking about. That's the only thing I could think of, but I don't know what it is.
Let me see. Let me go to this one because this is when I think I pulled into Queen Road with this video. All right. Sorry, it's been a while since I watched these. I think I went into Queen Road Apartments with this one. So we'll take a look and see. We'll take a look and see. I'm not exactly sure. And with the Google guy, we can't get down there. And it's going to come up on our left. So let me move our cameras over. Okay, that's the A&W. Here, let me scoot ahead a little bit.
Detective Golden, did you think the blue house was empty?
Let's see. Okay, we're coming up. So there's Sigma Chi on the right. All right, I think I go into Queen. I know I went in there in the nighttime too. I can't remember if I have so many videos from there. I can't remember. I can't remember which one. I think it's this one.
My gosh, those roads are so narrow.
Yeah, no, I didn't go through that one. I'll have to find the video.
That's okay. I just thought it was curious.
And it's so dark at nighttime too. Yeah, it is. They're narrow as hell. Here's one at nighttime. You can see me leaving. So this is what it would look like. This is why I was like, when people are making stuff up about this lady in the green car and shit, I even called Moscow PD and I was like, can you do me a favor? And, when you're driving down, frickin' Taylor or something and you're coming through Queen Road, can you do me a favor and just swing up through that parking lot up there? Because there's some fucking people out there making some crazy ass shit. And this is how dark it is in that damn parking lot behind the house. There's literally barely nothing for lighting at all. This is how dark it is.
Not safe.
No. And you'll see, hold on. You'll see how. See, you don't even see the house with my headlights on. You can't even see the house behind the bush.
Mm-hmm.
That's how dark it is back there. And this is like, you're telling me you're going to leave at a high rate of speed at this time of night. You're going to leave at a high rate of speed. And you can see the difference between the headlights and how dark it is above it. It is so dark there, especially in November. Especially in November, because you got to think it's the very top of the United States. That part and that time of the year is the farthest away from the sun, like far away from the sun. So it gets pitch black there in November. Yeah, you're not leaving at a high rate of speed.
No, it's too narrow. It's too curvy. There's too many obstacles.
In the dark.
Look at how slow I'm going, You're going to hit a bush if you're going at a high rate of speed. Look how close the bush is. How close the bush is. How close the dumpster is. You're gonna slide into that. You're gonna hit a rail. You're gonna freaking hit this bush. Maybe even this shed garage type thing here, right by that wall. And then good luck, because when there's two cars that go, in two different directions on this road, good luck. Good luck, because if somebody's got a big truck and mirrors that stick out 3 feet, something's happening. It's so scrunched there. And that was the most eye-opening thing when I went there, was how compact everything is and how scrunched it is. Especially Taylor Avenue. And good luck trying to find a parking spot. What lights you talking about, Gage? Oh, these ones? The ones on the apartment building? I mean, look, you can see, you can see that car. Somebody that lives at 1112 was locking their car with their key fob, and you could see their tail lights flash. So it's another reason why I wanted to show this too. Because when I got there, I was like, wow, this is like, you can see everything that's going on inside the house. Because look, when I'm in the same parking lot or the same spot, you can see, look,
Yeah.
I can see the deck. Through the trees, especially at nighttime, I can see the lights that were down there in the sliding glass door. So, if the lights are on in Kaylee or Maddie's room, I can see all that. I'm literally, and I have another video where I just get out of the car. I take a few steps, and you can see the cement slab. How close I am. You're literally so close. So as you're seeing this, and when you're seeing this at night, you can see Taylor, and watch. See, there's Sigma Chi in the back, up there in the middle back. See that car flashing? The taillights just flashed right there. That's somebody that's parked at 1112. So you literally have like the view, because you're up on a hill looking down. You have like the whole view of Taylor, King Road, Queen Road, all of that few block area right there. So there's only one way to come in and one way to come out where you're at. You see the only way coming in and only out. You can literally sit here and watch and wait until you don't see any activity, and you could literally slip in there because nobody's driving by. You look to the right as we leave this parking lot. You look to the right, you see how close Queen Road Apartments are. And this is the crazy part, is when I was here, I was there for a week, and I was there during the daytime. I was there during the nighttime. I was a car that they obviously never seen around. I was somebody that they've never seen there before. And I was literally, when I'd be doing, getting footage and stuff, I would do a lot of my work in this parking lot. So I would literally flip up my laptop and start typing and, organizing and things like that. I had the screen of the laptop, the light of it would be shining on my face. So these people that live there would be coming out at night, seeing a car they've never seen and a dude they've never seen sitting in his car with a bright light shining on his face. So it was obvious what I was doing. And not once did anybody make me feel like I was being suspicious. That was the surprise to me, is that, wait a minute, these people don't even know who I am. It's dark as hell. They obviously see some strange person sitting on their computer for multiple hours, and not once did anybody call anything. That was very odd to me. So that tells me, because this is after the crime took place, don't you think some of these people would have been like, who's that strange guy?
Yeah, hyper vigilant. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And not one. So if somebody really did want to come back there and sit there, they wouldn't look out of the ordinary, because if I didn't look out of the ordinary for anybody to have any kind of alarm, then I'm sure the person that committed the crime didn't either. And they literally could have sat back here, waited to make sure nobody was coming out to their car, and really take 3 or 4 steps down. You're already at the cement slab and you're slipping in there. And you have nothing but trees surrounding you, and you have a complete view of the whole area down there.
Yeah.
I don't know when it comes to the lights on the Queen Road apartment. I only know when I was there. I would assume that they have always been there. You could look at the lighting, and I'll show you guys. See the difference in the light that my headlights create. These lights on Queen Road apartments make me feel like these are like the old bulbs that take a while to warm up. If you played basketball in a gym and the lights are off and you got to flip them on, it takes 10, 15 minutes for those lights to warm up. It's like the same color that it gives off when it comes to the lights on the building, not necessarily next, because you can see it's a brighter light next to the windows. But I'm saying these lights right here, it looks like it gives like that orangish look to it, which to me says like an older style. So I don't think it would be anything that would be like updated or new when it came to the building. This is why the first day that I got there, and I went back to the parking lot and I sat there and I saw this right here. Whoops. When I saw that right there, that's when I was like, man, this is crazy. You could literally scope out everything. But when I went there at night, it was so creepy, because that's when I realized, wow, they had nothing but protection from nature, the darkness of a lack of lighting, and the fact that they could literally just take a couple steps and be down there and nobody would even know, because honestly, the only time somebody would have seen them is if right after they got out of their car and after 3 steps. 3 steps, that's the only amount of time they would have been seen by anybody, because of the cover of the trees right here too. That's why I feel like the person that committed this lived at the Queen Road apartments. I feel like the person that committed this parked here every day to go home.
Yeah.
And I feel like the person that did this crime couldn't stand seeing all the fun stuff that was happening on the back patio, the fun stuff that was happening on the 3rd floor deck, and all the fun sounds that were coming out of the windows when they were open, and you could hear everybody partying and have a good time. And I think that they just got jealous.
Yeah.
More of a reason and a motive than we have for BK.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And it makes so much sense. I mean, in comparison.
Let me see. I think this might be the video. I'm going to show you guys how close it is from a walk.
Wow, that's
okay.
Pretty close too.
I don't know if it's this one. It might be the next one.
1126.
I didn't want to go too close because there's FBI right there.
I have to take this call real quick. I'll be right back.
And this is the crazy thing too, is that do not cross tape was torn up and just sat there. So there was a small section that didn't even have do not cross.
Really?
Yeah, they never replaced it.
Both of them. They're like real right up close.
I mean, look, I stepped out of the car and look, you can see the cement slab. And I stepped out of it because look, you can see when I pulled up, you saw the agent's car. There's the agent's car right there. So I literally just got out of my vehicle, you guys, and I'm taking watch.
Wow, that house is actually pretty close too.
I'm just standing outside my door.
1126.
So now I'm back to where you would see me in the dash. Okay. You see the cement slab? Like you saw everything from your car.
Both of them. They're like real right up close. Just getting some footage here.
All right, there's one more after that. I might be walking up even closer. We'll see.
Wow. Yeah, it's all so close. It's also scrunched up. Look, there's the patio.
Just a few steps. Look at how close that patio is. Just a few steps. Boom.
Now, is that a fence there that you got to jump over?
They put a fence there after.
Oh, after.
After, because they wanted to keep everybody out. There wasn't a fence there before.
Didn't they have security as well at some point after?
Yeah. Yeah, well, they had security, and then they had a bunch of people threatening to have a slumber party. And get a search group to go search for the knife south of Moscow. I mean, I don't know, but so they had to take, even though some of these might have been jokes from people, they had to take it seriously. And so, yeah, they already had the tape up there, but I mean, you saw the tape. It was probably had to be the tape from the first day that they put the tape up there, because when I went there, when I was doing the live stream one of the days, because I didn't do a lot of live streaming when I was there because of the danger, because y'all know the shit that goes on over there. But one of the live streams that I did, I was talking about the tape, and I'm like, you guys are from this tree to this tree, there's no tape. Like, what the heck? You think they would have, like, somebody that was there maybe would have walked around somebody that's the security would have didn't they have to walk around the property sometimes, or did they just sit in their car the whole time? I don't know. I would think that you would have to do some walk-arounds to double check to make sure nobody's in the back, because if you're sitting in your car up front, who knows who's sneaking up in the back, jumping up there on the third floor deck and checking it out. So when you see that the tape wasn't even replaced, then it's like, okay, so maybe it was just one of those things that after they put up the fence, it was like, hey.
Yeah, probably.
Did you see the sliding door?
Yeah, you can see both of them right there. So you see the plywood that's covering. So you see like right to the left of me, you can see the plywood for the sliding door. You just go straight down and you can see the plywood for the other sliding door in this slot. I might be able to move it a little bit. Here, let's see.
It's also scrunched up, right?
Yeah, right there. See how you see the plywood?
They had them taken out. Okay, they had them taken out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. When I was there, right? Because I saw plywood all over. So that's when I was there, and I was like, why am I hearing all these sounds of construction, right? Wood being hammered, pipes being banged on. Well, here's the thing. To me, I didn't even think it was done. I didn't even think it was being done at this house, because to me, I see the plywood that's nailed up, right?
Right.
I'm like, well, I just drove by. I didn't see any plywood that was taken off, because you remember when the FBI went there on October 31st, they were like removing the plywood to get inside. Well, the crazy thing is when I came back home and we watched a video of a News Nation or something, and we watched the video of when the FBI was going in and out after they got in there to do the scanning. And that's when I was like, holy shit, there's a plywood door there, but it actually has a hinge on it. So then in my mind, I'm like, that's where the sounds were coming from. It had to be where the sounds were coming from, because when I was there, I was like, there's no way. It's hammered shut. It would have been open. When I got back, I saw the hammered plywood, but it actually had hinges on it. And I'm like, there we go. And then just a couple weeks later, it was torn down. Because whenever they're going to tear a house down, they got to gut it. They have to remove the pipes and certain parts of walls and things like that. Now, when we saw it being demolished, they didn't remove plywood and things like that, but we did see sections out of the walls that were removed. And so I think what they did is that the hammering on the wood was just getting rid of the wall part that had where the piping ran, and then they got rid of the pipe. And so I think that's where the sounds were coming from. So with this right here, though, that's what people, you can see the bird's eye view. You can look at this, and you can see this, and you can come over here, and you're like, yeah, look at how you see this car right here. You're like, yeah, look at how, okay, that car's, it gives it a different perspective when you're looking at this photo right here, from where the cars are at to the cement slab. But when you actually go there and you see like, holy crap. Like, it's a lot closer. You see the agent's car right here?
Yeah.
Or you did on the other one? I'm just standing right outside the vehicle. When you're looking at that bird's eye,
yeah,
it gives you a different view. But when you're really there, that's right there. It's nothing. It's a few steps. Does anyone have video with cameras? No. I've never seen any. If you want to see video outside the house, you should check out this video of the DNA and the dirty gloves, because that's really good video outside of the house of the contamination that was taking place with the protective equipment that they were using to go inside and investigate. You can see the protective equipment being contaminated before they even walk in, the same protective equipment that they're using to handle all of the stuff that's inside. If anybody wants a video, there's the video you should watch. Because who says that the lady that stepped on the gloves wasn't at Jack in the Box and stepped in Kohberger's spit? Really? Who says that she didn't step in Kohberger's spit at the Jack in the Box before she got there, and then when she stepped on it and the lady touched that and then put the gloves in her pocket, and then who says that's not how transfer DNA got on the sheath? Because then they used that same glove that stepped on Kohberger's spit at Jack in the Box to pick up the knife sheath and open up the flap, and then there it is. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I can't even remember who took that drone video, but the link's in the description for the drone video, so you can have the original. We just came across it. I kind of want to show that, really, because I think there's a lot of people here that might not have ever even seen it or heard about it.
It's a good idea.
Let me do that. Let's watch that real quick.
That goes against like all the training, like just everything.
Mm-hmm. It's horrible to see, really, when you're like this could take place. Yeah, let's check this out real quick. Oh, hold on. The screen share on StreamYard. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry about that. Why would Ann Taylor want training records and they not be supplied? Because she knows one of the first people that came in there made a mistake. How many people weren't wearing gloves? How many people weren't wearing booties? Hell, people, when we're going through the drone footage and you see the lady drop a latex glove on the ground, it gets stepped on 3 separate times. They put it in a damn bag and they don't even change their gloves and throw them in the same bag that they picked up the glove that was stepped on the ground 3 damn times. Sorry, the music's so loud, man. And you're saying that the DNA, the touch transfer DNA that's in the most protected part of the sheath is for sure the person that committed this crime, and you done dropped your glove on the leafy dirt? The leafy dirt, you done dropped it. And we're talking skin cells. Damn, it sounds so contaminated. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to pull up that video real quick and I'm going to show you. All right. So here's the drone. Stepped on the glove 3 separate times. See it right there? She stepped on it. You can see it on the ground. She's already had her foot on it. She steps off of it. She says, "Hey, there's a grant." She's putting gloves on. Look at that. She put gloves on. She noticed it was already on the ground. Then why wouldn't you pick up the glove with your hands without a glove? Why wouldn't you pick up the glove and then take the glove off that you picked up around it, put it in, It's on the ground. Now she's putting on gloves. She already notices because she just pointed it out. This is so horrible. Steps on.
She did step
more than that. Oh my God. Right. She hits her freaking partner, right? She's like, "Hey," and then she hits her a few times. First she points it out. Then she hits her leg a couple times because her partner's still standing on it. It's fucking crazy.
And then you want to talk about cross-contamination.
Right. Yeah. And then you see she puts these gloves in her pocket. And then you see where they're walking. And this guy right here standing there, he just so happens to turn around when it's going on. You got to watch him too, y'all. You got to watch him too. Because he seems to turn around at the right time. You know what I mean? Watch this. So here's the drone. Stepped on the glove 3 separate times. See it right there? She stepped on it. You can see it on the ground. She's already had her foot on it. She steps off of it. She says, "Hey, there's a grant." She's putting gloves on. Look at that. She put gloves on. She noticed it was already on the ground. Then why wouldn't throw it in the garbage? The glove with your hands without a glove. Why wouldn't you pick up the glove and then take the glove off that you picked up around it, put it in, It's
Grab
on the ground.
One, take the other one.
Now she's putting on gloves. She already notices because she just pointed it out. Steps on. Wow, more than that.
Yeah, but she grabbed it.
and then gets more
Hopefully
clean
that's the trash bag.
Right. And listen, that's why I'm saying, if you're taking your dog out for a poo, right? Anybody that has a dog, you're taking it out for a poo. What do? You grab it with something, and then the glove that you're wearing that you grabbed it with, you pull that off, and it all gets, into a little mini trash bag. That's what you do.
You're even taught that in first aid class, not even like forensic.
You don't just grab it and toss it and then keep grabbing with the same glove.
CJ, since you brought up the dog poo, do you think that there was, I have a friend that always asks me if there would have been shoe prints outside because those college kids probably weren't picking up after their dog. Any evidence of that? Anybody ever seen anything like that?
I mean, I don't know. I was there a year later, but there's a lot of rock, there's a lot of gravel, there's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of foliage.
Gravel.
There was a lot of, there's a lot of dirt when you look, because in this same drone video, I actually show the side of the house and why I think that somebody ran out the side and then went to jump off the retaining wall, and some of the retaining wall came apart.
Yeah, I remember that. It does look like that. Yep.
The difference in color in the brick and stone from the wall. And so there's a lot of dirt and a lot of foliage there too. So I don't know, plus there was snow the next day. So I don't know I'm sure there was a lot of footprints around there. So I don't know how you separate one from the other. What's up, Tommy? If you want to hop in, let me know, man. I'll send you a link, buddy.
Yep, Tommy, you can take my place. I unfortunately have to go.
Here, hold on. Let me see. I'll send you one if you want one, buddy. Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate that. We're gonna have to have another show where we all kind of hang out together.
Yep.
We'll be having some more Idaho 4 shows coming up too.
Yep, this was fun. Thanks for having me on, CJ.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate it. And it's nice seeing you out there all over. Appreciate you. It is.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Yeah, let me commercial. Let me finish this video and then I'll do the phone call, okay? We got about 15 minutes of this. We'll watch this real quick and then I'll put the phone number on the screen. You just touched that glove and now you're digging into a box of more clean gloves. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck that is. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? You don't even you pick it up and then you grab more gloves to put in your pocket. The glove's on the ground as soon as it zooms in. Hell, it might even be stepped on more than that. Puts on the right glove, points down. There's a glove on the ground, just the right glove. Now putting on the left glove. Step, step. Is that how? Ooh. It's dangerous, man. That's dangerous. And you're going off of the DNA you're going off of. Mm-hmm. Careless as hell. I mean, it's just crazy. It's already on the ground when it zooms in. It's already on the ground, points at it, puts on the right glove.
Imagine
puts on the
all
left one. Step again, and twisted on it. You see the shit flying off when she picks it up, and then you just grab more gloves. Whose fucking DNA was on the ground there? Whose DNA? Like, think about it. They're boots. The bottom of the lady's boots. So the DNA. What's up, April? Ticket 66. So the DNA. Look, when it comes to, like, I tell you about the coffee cup in the grocery store, and, you know, and then next thing you know, I'm here, then your shit's here, and you weren't even here, right? When you seriously think what DNA could be on the bottom of this fucking shoe, seriously, think about it. Everywhere you're walking, you're picking up skin cells everywhere. Everywhere that you walk, because where does the dead skin go? It goes on the damn ground, yo. It's gravity. And in the air. So imagine all of the spots that those boots have been that day. I mean, just watch when she goes to, right before she picks it up, she does a little twist. Watch. Like, what could be on the bottom of those boots? You know what I'm saying? Not only the ground, the bottom of the boots. She's stepping on the glove right now. See it right here? You can already see it. Stepped on it again as it comes in. She stepped on it again. Right foot, left foot. Left foot is on the glove partially. Hey, there's a glove. Right foot touches it again. Left foot completely steps on it this time, and look. And goes right for more fucking clean gloves. And goes right for more fucking clean gloves. How do you have a fucking job? How do you have that fucking job? How do you have a fucking job? Right there. How do you have a fucking job when before you even enter a crime scene, you're tossing a glove that was all over the dirt, that it was stepped on multiple times from the boots of another? Who knows what DNA they walked on and collected that then got transferred to that. Any pet owners out there? You know, when you're cleaning up after your pet, you know, and you pick it up and then you take the glove off. You know how you leave all the contamination inside of the glove? You take it off to throw away. You don't even have to. I mean, come on. Take it off inside out and pull it up around so it keeps everything in. And you don't even do that. before you walk into a quadruple fucking homicide crime scene? How do you have a fucking job when that, dude, that's the first day of class, man. That's the first day of class. That's as easy as filling out your damn name at the top. Like, it's the first day of class. Dude, this right here. This right here. You don't think this is not going to be shown? You really? The fuck? Okay, that's fine. Everything is fine. Mistakes happen. The glove fell out. You know, glove fell out. But when you literally pick up a glove when you know it's been stepped on because you're fucking looking at it multiple times, and right before you pick it up, you're like, hey, enough to smack the lady's thigh to get her to move her legs so you can pick up the glove, and you literally just toss it in there and just go for grab for more clean shit. That alone look at that coat. Just touched the glove on the other lady. Now she just picked up the bag that the other lady fucking touched. Now they got a whole bunch of clean gloves in their pocket. And look at this. All of this shit being touched. Look at this. Now I'm going to open the same gloves that have the DNA from the ground and the bottom of the lady's shoes. And you're going to tell me there's not reasonable doubt when it comes to skin cells on the most protected part of the sheep. Yo. How does this? How do you even, like, that's the first day of class. The first day of class. And look at all the shit she is touching. Look at all the shit. Yeah, not even the first day of class. I'm just being generous, you know? I'm just being generous. But just think, all the spit and who knows what else that this lady walked around. So look who's in there, people. All right. You guess who? Guess who? Dirty glove. So you got the lady with the shorter hair. Okay. Again, I'm gonna I'll rewind this. I'm gonna share this again. You got the lady with the short hair. We're gonna see her first. See her hair? We're going to see the lady with the short hair first. Then we're going to see the lady with pulled up hair second. All right. Lady with the shorter hair first. Then you'll see the lady with the pulled up hair second. Guess who's walking all over? Look at that. Lady with the pulled up hair. That's not looking good. Dirty glove lady. Yes. And this is what took place when they first showed up. Glove on the ground, stepping all over it multiple times. I mean, come on. The gloves. It's easy as grabbing the other one that's contaminated, pulling the other one around it, tossing it in the bag. No. Let's just toss it in the bag and continue to get more clean gloves to then put in our pocket. And then we're going to proceed to open that bag and go through all the items. Yeah. Same lady outside, same lady inside. So, no, they didn't just handle tire tracks. They went the fuck inside, and they were also doing crime scene collection. Look at that. They're taking photos also. Remember that camera she was touching? Camera she was touching all outside in the back of the truck. All the equipment she was touching in the back of the truck. All the stuff that she was bringing in there to then do the right, Caddy? Crime Scene 101. Walking all over the second floor, first floor, third floor. Who says that this lady or any of these people that were in contact with this dirty ass shit didn't touch that knife sheath? Like I said, Kohberger could have spit on the sidewalk of Jack in the Box. Lady could have walked in it, stepped on the glove. Second, all right? Lady. And I'll just let that play. The other lady's in there too. Ladies in there too. Getting ready to take some photos of what happened on the second floor. Standing outside, touching all sorts of stuff. All right, give me 1 second here. That too, Tommy. Everybody else, that's why Katrina said it best. Katrina said it best. She said it was contaminated before this even happened. Where is the 150% for the victims? You have this horrific crime that takes place that has never, and this is the kind of effort that we give. This is the effort that we give. All right, give me 1 second. Let me, I wanted to share that with you guys. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Commercial. If you want to call, hold on 1 second. Go ahead and throw that up there, and I'll wait. I'll wait for you to call commercial. And we can also screen share anything that that you would like me to, so I'll go ahead and have the PCA up. I'll go ahead and have the PCA up. So you're more than welcome to call, commercial, if you're still in here. We bought it. I bought it a couple days ago. I think we're going to read it tomorrow. It's a copy and paste of most of his airmail articles. He thinks BK visited the Mad Greek. Yeah, I think that's why I'm gonna, no problem, commercial. That's why I think it's gonna be fun when we read this.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think it's gonna be comedy. Or I do.
I do too.
But you could hear it did just the stuff that he was saying. I mean, how when he was on the Drunk Turkey show, when he said there's a lot of stuff he was even getting confused with, made me get confused. There you go. Yeah. Howard Bloom. Let me see.
He did seem confused, though. I mean.
Oh. Why did it not ring? Hold on 1 second. Go ahead and try and call again, commercial. For some reason, it didn't.
Call from. Hi, this is Commercial Zone for CJ. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
Hello?
Hi, CJ. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's good to talk to you again.
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you guys hear okay? Let me know.
We can.
I can always bring you up a little bit too. What's up? How are you?
Oh my God! It's just been what, 6 months at least since we spoke, and I want to say hello to Rosee. We'd like to say Kitty, Detective Golden, Cat Mill, everyone in chat. I know it's been a while since we spoke, CJ.
Yeah.
So excited to speak with you. And first off, I want to thank you very much for being the anti-Blum. You have since the beginning attempted to be the sole independent podcaster in my book who tried to explain to the world the very sus aspects of this case. You opened my eyes, no doubt.
Well, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for, gosh, with the whole, I'm still trying to get a show where we can have you talk about all the stuff that you did with the PCA, because the way that you broke it down, even though we haven't seen it on the show, I've been, I was checking it out when you were, it was like you were putting out a post each time, and now I think there's a podcast, right, that you're doing?
Yes, sir. Yes. And I would like to say we, because you very much, I've listened to the show from the very beginning, and I said, who is signing into my, my YouTube accounts and my account, who's pretty much projecting what I feel. And then I learned about CJ Irville, and we have been on the same page, CJ, I believe since day one. And yes, you're right. Last year, when it was approaching the first year anniversary of the atrocities, I started to break down it's not even an affidavit. It's a statement. Mm-hmm. It's not an affidavit. And we talked about that, but we broke it down literally, CJ, page by page. All 18 pages pointed out discrepancies, errors. No wonder why, quite frankly, in my book. We then had Mr. Thompson, who came back later and tried to distance himself from it, which, of course, is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I've started to do a podcast called Kathy's Indie Zone. That's my first name. And what I did is I converted. We did music like back in 2019, 2020 on my channel and Spotify and Apple. And I decided to do like page by page, the public doc in this case.
Mm.
And I was told that if I continued that, my deal with regard to my music, I could put that in jeopardy. So I took that under advisement, and I went on to continue making another 20 episodes. We're up to 66 right now, all very brief. We literally started from the non-affidavit of probable cause on 12/29/2022. Went through all 18 pages, and then we're going through the docket. We're up to May 2023 right now.
Wow. Where can they go for that? Is it where do they go so they can or do you have a link you can send me so I can share it?
I could definitely. I have a big following in Japan. I don't know why.
Huh.
But I
weird.
I get notes from people say, who's this Kohberger? Like they're wondering who's Sensei Kohberger. Like, well, we have to break down who Mr. Kohberger is, who the likes of Detective Brett Payne are, Mallory, and so forth. So I have a big following in Japan. I'm very happy and proud of the fact that I have, tuned in full internationally. And what they like with CJ is the episodes are very short. Some of them are 3.5 minutes, some are 4.
Yeah.
Because I recognize people don't have time.
Yeah.
And I figure that, you've done such a great time with the longer shows to kind of go into, detail. And so I thought, let me make these very, very brief. And then people want to, to look in detail, just go to CJ's show. And they can learn then from you, from Rosee, and so forth.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we'll be doing more. I know, I've been focused on a lot of the other ones. When I'm out there, searching and doing boots on the ground and stuff, I have to maintain a certain amount of focus on a specific case. So, that's why I don't end up talking about other ones as much, because really then it does take away a lot of the focus for the stuff that I'm doing on the ground. But I do want to have some more shows as time goes on, because I don't want to not cover it as well and just only do court hearings and stuff. So we are going to start to have some more shows, because I know there's a lot of the community that's a part of the community that wasn't even a part of our community when we went into this case and discussed it and went in depth like we did. There's probably, people that don't even know about Uncovering the Cover playlist that we have about, all the other stuff in the background that doesn't make sense when it comes to like, first responders, the connections in the background between different organizations and stuff, and how they all kind of achieve success at the same path and the same rate. And everything seems to kind of, get brushed off to the side. So, I want to thank you for everything, just as much as I was doing it from the beginning, because that's I wasn't even a true crime show, and I started my show like maybe a week or something before this happened, this event. And when we started talking about it, because we were like a world events kind of show, and when we started talking about it, to me, I was like, this shit don't make no sense. And so that's why we ended up getting so involved in it. And, back then there was so much ridicule against people like us that were, trying to help people see like, yo, it's about innocent until proven guilty. And this don't smell right. And even though there was like channels and people that would literally go after you or discredit you just because you're
Right.
trying to help people understand. This could be you or a family member or anybody you know that this could be happening to. I want to thank you for, standing strong through all of it, because really, if anybody knows, like as a content creator, if that's the stance that you had back then, there was a lot of fucking bullshit that got thrown at you just because of it. So I appreciate you for staying strong through all of it too.
If I might point out one thing, CJ, I believe that you're retracing the alleged path of suspect vehicle 1. There's preeminent research in this topic. No one has done that. And I think that opens up a lot. And when you showed, I didn't get a notification because, face it, this YouTube is not, where it should be.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm on Spotify and why I'm on some other platforms. However, you did such a magnificent job of showing just how absurd was for someone who's supposedly this criminal mastermind, who was able to get in and out in a matter of minutes, took no DNA with him, dropped no DNA, and like as you said before, he could have spit on the ground. I took notes about that when you just said here a few minutes ago. He could have spit on the ground, and that's how his DNA got on that sheath. It's preeminent research. I believe it's important, and I think that you keep saying that this could be any one of us. This could be our family members, a friend, it could be a neighbor. This case has severe implications on the Fourth Amendment and on the First Amendment: freedom of speech, freedom of press. The very suspect, just private nature of this case troubles me, and I know it troubles you as well.
Yeah. It really does, because like what I always, because anytime that I'm doing anything, whether it's I'm talking about somebody that's going to be on trial for a DP, or if I'm driving into the back of the parking lot behind the house and I'm trying to put myself as the person that committed the crime too, I'm always constantly, even when I'm trying to decide if I should be upset about something, I always put myself in the other person's situation, flip the roles, and go, if I did this, what would be the outcome, kind of thing? What should I expect the outcome to be? And so I have to sit there and go, what if that was me sitting next to Ann Taylor trying to defend my life for something that I didn't do? And they're trying to paint something a certain way, and and I'm like, I didn't do it, so
this is the thing that I think is lost on so many people, because one of the greatest things, the brilliance of our founding fathers, was due process. And we know that the people who condemned him on the moment he was arrested are probably the people that jump up and down screaming due process if they get a parking ticket. And you're pointing out how important this is, that, listen, we could be in this situation. This is precedent. This has such, enormous attention. This case will be cited as precedent for years to come. Do we really want to be dragged into a court of law across the country on the strength of that non-affidavit, non-probable cause? Ladies and gentlemen, that's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to slander anyone, but that is my opinion. I think that is a weak, and to have arrested him and dragged him across the country as they did is, quite frankly, extremely puzzling and troublesome to me, as I know it's for you, CJ, because I saw you doing this, as things went along, and you kept expressing your concern. You went to Idaho, just as you did to Pennsylvania. You're the only person that I know who went to DeSales. You're the only person that I know that went to Flight 93, and covered it to give that bird's eye view. And your research, I hope that it will be cited to in future, when hopefully this man will be, deemed not guilty, because I don't see this case, CJ, leaving Latah County, not with the quotes I heard today. What do you think? Do you think he has a chance of getting this moved out of laptop?
I thought I thought there was a hell of a chance before today, and now with how quick the court hearing went, um, I feel like they're gonna try and jam it in 2.5 months. It's scaring me because like it's gonna be a shit show because they're already gonna feel rushed because the deadline's gonna come up with people coming back from school, and then
right.
Who?
Point.
What about all those children that are gonna be walking to school around, like with all of those other people that are there to cover the case? I already said how hard it was for me to get lodging when I went there for the year anniversary, and that's just a year anniversary. That's not the biggest trial in the frickin' world. And then you have all of these people driving, trying to hurry in a rushed, cramped area, and then you have children walking around. I hope nothing happens, accident-wise, because of all of this. It's already compact and it's not busy. I can't imagine.
It's irresponsible.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like for the trial to still be going on when school's coming in session.
Who made a decision to put that courthouse and that jail so close to a public high school? And I mean, you're right. I mean, once this trial, it's not going to be completed before the school starts. It's just not going to happen.
No.
There's too many complications. There's too many issues. This will probably be. I'm predicting it'll probably go until December.
Yeah.
I see this as a 6-month trial. What do you think, CJ?
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be. There's no way. 5-6 months. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, just the experts alone. When you're talking about, you can't just. It's not just you have one DNA expert and then the other one from the defense. There's going to be there's going to be a lot of experts. There's going to be a lot of stuff that one expert's going to know more about the other when it comes to specific DNA, topics and all these. So that, and you're talking about everything. If there wasn't so many things that were questionable, right? If it was almost like not necessarily a slam dunk, but if there was a lot of things where you would have it out there and it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't really question that because, that is the science and that is the specifics, the analytics behind it all. But that's not the case because you still have Ann Taylor saying, look, I can't be surprised at the last minute and have something be thrown on my lap that they're going to try and use as this one part to convict him when I need time to come back from that with all of the stuff that she's been asking for that should have been in the discovery from the get-go. You have to sit there and go, okay, these people, they're going to be a jury. They might not know about DNA. They might not know about CAS, but they're going to have common sense. And when two people are bringing facts to them, there's already, I mean, hell, we covered the DNA stuff alone, probably 12 hours worth of shows where we've covered just the DNA and the experts talking about it. And there's so many questions alone right there. So you have questions with the science, you have questions with, like when it comes to what's legit, what's not, what can be argued, what can be proven. There's no way. It's going to take too long. This case, it's a DP. It's going to be bigger than OJ. I've said it from the beginning because I really feel like OJ was one thing because that showed corruption and that showed how things can be manipulated when it comes to DNA to the general public. I mean, let's be honest. I really do feel he committed it, but at the same time, when an officer collects your shoes and carries them on a binder and throws them in the back seat of his car, when there's an officer that also has OJ's blood and leaves it in his freaking trunk. I mean, come on. When you have a blood dryer at
Insane.
Moscow PD, the blood dryer's next to the Moscow Night Out bin that has pins and giveaway coupons and all this other stuff. It's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And then you see the video we just shown. This was when they show up, and this is the kind of level of importance when I didn't even go through that schooling, and I can already tell myself if I'm trying to make sure that this crime scene is preserved as best as possible while trying to investigate it, I already know that I need to take that glove off if I picked it up off the ground. That right there shows the level of that they didn't know what the hell they were doing at all. It's a
you have been pointing out that detail for a year. You have been pointing out that detail, how just sloppy, the lack of procedures and policies, professionalism, and contamination. And let's not even discuss the fact of what you really pointed out about the smell and what happens to a body when it decomposes, much less four. And how you brought up the point that, what did you say? It was sort of like just that odor. How did two people stay in a house for 8 hours?
I don't know.
With not one, but 4 bodies decomposing.
Yeah.
And what the biology is relative to, you have gashes, you have gouges, you have wounds. That means everything in your stomach's coming out.
Even just let alone all the other organs, just the iron in blood. Just the iron in blood. It even without, the stomach and liver and all these other things.
It's nauseating, yeah.
Just the iron in the blood would already, and then, you mix those there's a reason you have to be certified to even handle any of it, is because it's biohazardous chemicals.
Right. Walking around with no gloves, no face masks, nothing. And let's not even touch the timeline of Detective Payne stating that the crime occurred before 4 o'clock and 4:25. However, suspect vehicle 1, which no one has ever seen officially, was seen speeding out of the neighborhood at 4:20. See someone make that make sense? How does that warrant for Brian Kohberger's arrest get signed on December 29th relative to those facts? How does that happen?
Right.
Crimes occurred between 4 o'clock and 4:25. However, suspect vehicle 1 is seen speeding out of the neighborhood at 4:20, presumably with Mr. Kohberger in it.
One would expect he would be in it, yeah.
CJ, I'm trying to hear, because we have not spoken in so long, your thoughts regarding Payne on the stand and his believability.
It was so revealing. I was shocked at first because I didn't think he was coming on. I didn't think so. And all of a sudden when he showed up, I'm like, whoa.
It would be both.
Right?
When she said, I called Detective Payne to the stand, I was like, what? What?
And it was good, too, because we had, like, what we all thought about the PCA. I've been bringing it up from the beginning when it was released. Wait a minute. What? You had to watch somebody else's body cam to learn there was a dog when everybody showed up? And to me, I'm sitting there going, why wouldn't you sit down and, the office ain't that big and y'all don't live that far away. You couldn't say, hey, Nunez, or hey, Payne, can you meet me here for a few minutes so I can discuss this with you? He had to rely on watching somebody else's body cam to find out there was a dog. So to me, that already told me, like, bro, this shit's rushed. Because the only reason you would have to because if you're the lead investigator, do you not want to physically talk to that person? Let's be honest. What is better communication, a text message or a phone call? A phone call. So this goes with the same kind of thinking. What is more important? Physically talking or even talking on the phone with individual about what he noticed and what he saw and all these other experiences? Instead, somebody said, "Hey, watch this frickin' body cam so you know what was going on because we need to hurry up and write this and get it filled out real quick."
Yeah, I'm wondering if this body cam, and I'm very impressed that you remember that it was Nunez. Yes, it was his. He was one of the first responders, and it was his body cam footage that Mr. Payne looked at to note that there was a dog in that room. What about the body cam about the entry into Madison Mogen's bedroom? Absolutely no details regarding that is stated. Why did he not notice this alleged sheath being on the bed?
Mm-hmm.
He first entered that bot. He was escorted by Officer Smith, who was the first responder at noon.
Yep.
Officer Smith doesn't say to him, "Oh, sir, we have 4 bodies here, and look, there's a sheath right there on the bed."
Yep.
Now, or he doesn't look at the body cam from Nunez,
Mm-hmm.
from the sergeant, who was the third person, and note that there was he has to find out later when IST goes in there and starts processing this. And what is this about? Kathy Mabbitt doesn't show up until 5?
Yeah.
Well,
she said she wasn't allowed.
What type of investigation is this?
She said in one of her first interviews, it might have been the first interview she had with, I think it was Creme 2 News. She said when I was allowed. She wasn't allowed. Why wasn't Lanier the lead? His old ass would have been around a whole bunch. He would have had a lot of experience to handle this kind of investigation for this kind of crime. Instead, they give it to somebody that barely has any experience, just a couple years. And when you look at the experience, this is what I want people to understand when it comes to, you can have military experience, right? It's a complete, listen, when you're a police officer, you have to approach people in a different way. Yes, you have training with weapons and protocols and all this other stuff, but a soldier is taught to get rid. Police are taught to try and not to unless it needs to happen. It's a completely different approach. So you can't, and that's not even with an investigation with this kind of crime. Where was your training?
100%.
Lanier was.
100%.
Go ahead. Sorry.
This point is so important because a military investigation, soldiers do not have the due process privileges that civilians have. They do not. So if he's approaching this as a military investigation, right then and there, first mistake. Is no due process. In military investigations, completely different. And then can't even touch the incident that happened, December 15th. There's a lot of people out there that are saying related, not related. We don't know. But the secrecy of what happened at the coffee house, December 15th.
Yeah.
What happened 1122 King Road,
mm-hmm.
November 13th. Quite frankly, very disturbing in my opinion. CJ, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, just with the way that stuff went down, shout out Truth and Transparency. We watched the body cam of the whole situation. Where did you hear somebody?
Job. He's the first person that got a hold of these body cams of the alleged noise complaints, which that entire one, which I won't even mention his name, walked directly from the male off-site campus housing and then walked around to 1122 King Road. Same officer happened to be on Banfield.
Mm-hmm.
CJ, how close is Banfield to 1122 King Road?
Just a minute or not. I mean, literally from walking, I could walk from the parking lot of 1122 to Taylor Avenue's curb in that little walkway there in between, less than a minute, maybe shortly over a minute, not very far, and that's just walking normal. It's not far at all.
CJ, what do you think the timeline of these crimes are? Do you believe
I
that it
think
is 4 o'clock to 4:25, or do you believe it happened earlier?
I still feel like it was separate.
Yeah.
I still feel, and I don't know, regardless of whatever, is stated or reported, I still feel like the second floor was at a different time than the third floor. I feel like they took place at different times, and I feel like the crime started a hell of a lot earlier than what their timeline is. I think
I
I think
agree,
the
and
crime started shortly
quite
before
frankly,
3.
weren't the first press releases from Moscow Police
Yeah,
Department indicative of an earlier
3 to 4. Yeah,
crime scene?
yeah, 3
Didn't
to
they?
4. Yeah,
And what about safety shape and about what was it? 2 a.m. is the darkest hour or something
yeah,
to that effect?
yeah,
Why not 4 a.m.?
yeah. I feel like the crime started shortly before 3 a.m. I feel like the phone calls from both phones, um, there was a reason why there
Right.
was, because this is why I think there was phone calls from both phones very quickly together, because I really feel, just like why I feel like the sheath could have been Maddie's or Kaylee's, I really feel like Maddie was passed the F out. They got back home, she passed the F out. And I feel like Kaylee was still aware enough of surroundings. And I think that's why she was calling Jack on her phone, wasn't answering. So she used Kaylee's or Maddie's phone to make the calls as well, just trying to get him to
Oh,
pick up. And I think that
interesting.
I think that's when everything started. The thing when it comes to the timeline, I think they're sticking to the timeline of 4 to 4:25 because that's the only time a white car was driving through the neighborhood.
Do you believe that white car could have been the DoorDash driver or
Yeah,
something
that's why.
completely unrelated?
I mean, and this is, I'm going to share the link to this video. This is why I made this video, because when I watched the route and I used Court TV's little animation, because this was before I was out there on location, I used Court TV's animation, and then after I came back, I used I think I used my footage too, but I put this together because to me it was like, is this the route that the person took, or is this a DoorDash driver? Because to me it looked like the DoorDash driver got lost. And when, yeah, I am using Court TV's footage for it, because while they're driving, I'm sitting there pretending to be a lost DoorDash driver. And why wouldn't they be lost if they're looking for 1122 King Road and they're on Queen Road? Of course they're going to get frickin' lost. Sorry, I'm trying to find it real quick.
Yeah, you have been saying this from if not day one, very close to day one, that how would, if Brian Kohberger knew this house and was going to this house, why is he dressed? It's a complete fairy tale, I must say. Mr. Bloom stating that, oh well, he was trying to bring up the the courage to to go into the house, whether to park or not. He's fighting these internal demons. So ridiculous. I believe that this looks like someone who's lost, who's looking for the house, not someone who has been thinking about this, who has put thought behind this process. They're going to go into this house. They know how to go into it because they've been stalking it, which we know the stalking incident that is discussed, page 9 of the PCA, was debunked by Mr. Thompson several months ago. Why are you driving around not knowing where you're going?
Mm-hmm.
Why did they wait until December, was it 9th or 7th, to serve a warrant on DoorDash? Such a critically important witness.
You should have right away.
right? Sorry, I'm sorry, CJ. I want to hear your comment, please.
No, I mean you should have right away. That's your first suspect, man. That's the person that's the person that you know for sure was there around the time the crime, or what you're saying the crime took place. You know? And I'm sorry, if somebody was stalking out the property, they're not gonna drive. If you're there to commit a crime, you're not gonna drive around all lost and do weird 3-point turns and all this other shit, because the last thing you want is some neighbor that can't get to sleep sees your headlights making lights in their shades and they go, what the hell is somebody doing out there? Are they drunk?
Great point. I never thought of that, but of course, because you were there, you see how it looks. CJ, it looks a lot farther than what it is. It looks like this. All of this Banfield seems like it's very far away from 1122. The intersection of King and Queen seems very far. But now you're bringing up the point that 3-point turn would have flashed lights into all of those houses. And this, now, quite frankly, this is supposed to be this criminal mastermind, beyond Bundy, beyond Rawling, everyone else. This criminal mastermind who planned this, and he is pretty much showing his car, driver's license, everything else, making this 3-point turn at King and Queen. Please, someone make this make sense.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to no license plate, yo, you could have pulled over on the side of the street a block away, took your damn plate off, because, really, it's just a couple screws. It ain't much. You can literally take your plates off and go do the thing, and my biggest thing is the route, and when Ann Taylor is asking for this video footage that shows him on this route, that's the biggest thing to me, because when I was there, I saw all the cameras we even showed live feeds from those city street cameras, and the clarity it's not the best, but it's pretty damn good. You should have a picture of him driving under a well-lit intersection where you can see his figure in the car. He didn't have tinted windows.
Right.
To come out with just a stock photo and never even have a photo from the video that you got the link to the vehicle in the first place. There's so much footage that they should have had. I know they have it, but at the same time, it's like Ann Taylor. If we saw the live feeds of these cars, you could tell if it was a 2015 Hyundai Elantra and not go after a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra until you charge BK. It would have been very obvious, even at nighttime. Well lit intersections. And when you watch that video, anybody that hasn't seen it, when you watch it and you see the amount of city street cameras that are on every intersection, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras at each one. You're gonna have
CJ, I have one of my followers has been very much someone that I follow and communicated with on Twitter, and also has been listening to my Spotify podcast, has been looking at, has been publishing what these intersection videos look like. Like you said, you breeze through an intersection, they're going to take a picture of your license tag. You're going to receive a ticket in the mail. It is clear as day. These cars that are going through some of these intersections that you've documented and you've discussed. And anyone that's got interest in this case, please look at that retracing of the alleged route of this suspect vehicle one that CJ did when he was in Moscow and Pullman back in November of 2023, because it was important research. It will show you just how ridiculous this concept that this man drove, from Pullman, to Moscow, 1122 King Road. Supposedly this criminal mastermind who knew how to hide his DNA, not take any DNA with him, but drove his own car to the crime scene. And how compact was it? CJ, you stood there behind 1122, did you not? And you looked at that screen, that area where we believe where the Moscow Police Department believes the criminals went into. How close is it when you're there? How close was DM's window to that sliding, glass area? You cannot appreciate this from the probable cause affidavit. You can't appreciate it from what I'm trying to do on Spotify. You've got to look at this video that TJ published to understand how close it is.
We went into it in the beginning of the show. Actually, I showed the footage. I showed how far it looks, from the bird's eye view of Google Maps, how far that slab looks from the cars. And then I showed the video of me just right outside my front door, because you can see the agent's vehicle next to me. You saw where it was at when I pulled up, so you know that I'm literally right outside my door, and I just take a couple steps, and the slab is right there. Everything, and that's what amazed me. The first moment I got there, and I drove down Taylor Avenue, and I went in to King Road and Queen Road, and I was just like, holy crap, I'm claustrophobic. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it made me a little claustrophobic. Just the cars, even in this video that I'm showing in the background, as they're driving up, you see a car on the left, you see a car on the right. This whole time, when I'm driving in these neighborhoods, the whole freaking time I'm driving, I had to literally go, okay, in 30 seconds, if a car's coming in the opposite direction, where am I going to go? What am I going to do? And I literally, every 30 seconds, I had to update what was going, just because I had to be that aware, because everything was so scrunched. That was the biggest thing that was a shock to me when I went there. It was like, this place is so scrunched.
Right.
It's
like an amphitheater, right? And what about the houses next to it? How close is 1112 to the former, it's been knocked down, we know that. But how close was it? How close was the house next to it that we believe that HJ was when he ran over, supposedly, when friends were summoned? How close is all of that, CJ?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're making it out like they want to say the camera is 50 feet, right? 50 feet away. The camera, the closest camera that would have been taken the audio was 60 to 70. It's like even longer than what they're claiming, because it literally, you're parked right there. They'll show it on this video that we're playing in the background. It's literally right there, like scrunched up right next to it. The thing is that plot right there that houses those 4 houses or 5. You got the 1122, or no, it's 4. 4 or 5. But it's supposed to have one more house there. And I don't even understand how they can. It's meant for that many, but they can't even. That's the whole reason why they did like a remodel of 1122 from when it had the garage out there in front, was because they needed to have more room. And they're so worried. The reason that they didn't even want to approve the remodel of what it looked like, recently, is because they were worried about parking and the water supply. They were worried about water supply as well. So
I didn't know.
Everything is so scrunched. They allowed it to go through because they had to take down the garage, because they couldn't have the renovation and not have the parking. But the crazy thing is, no, there's more squares than that though, Viva. There's more houses going up King Road off to the left there.
Right.
It's just showing the 1122 where they're just showing these two on this footage right here is because they're talking about the route and the 1112 catching the person that was committing the crime. That's why I'm saying they just picked a white car, because there was a DoorDash driver. If I was a DoorDash driver, somebody told me 1122 King Road and I'm on Queen Road, yeah, I'm going to be circling around, because I'm going to be sitting there looking at my GPS going, why is it telling me to be here? So I'm going to go up and down a couple times to really go, is this really the house? Because it's facing Queen, but for some reason it's telling me King. So that's how I would see a car, doing this path right here, because this is what they're saying. You see all the different lines of the colors on here, and that's what they're saying. It drove down, it stopped, it turned around, did the 3-point turn. And that's why I'm sitting there in this video back then. I'm like, y'all, let me try and show you what this DoorDash driver would be doing. And I use their footage to kind of go along with it. And I'll play that part of it. But everything is so freaking scrunched.
It's so suspect. It's so suspect, the equal one. It's so ridiculous. Nothing makes sense. And CJ, you also did a very, I think, important video many, many, many months ago about that goodbye sign and how bright it was. Now, how does he just commit all of these crimes and then leave a victim there, illuminated, to identify him? How is that possible?
Yeah. And how do bushy eyebrows stick out? That's probably the only thing that you saw, considering the mask that they were wearing,
Right. The knife with the blood dripping off of it, you don't say. You see the bushy eyebrows. And quite frankly, it wasn't even DM who made the ID. It was Brett Payne. He looked at Brian Kohberger's driver's license and said, "Oh, this guy has bushy eyebrows."
Yeah, in the PCA.
When did the detective make an ID and not the witness?
Right. Yeah, that's why when I saw him talk about the bushy eyebrows in another part about looking at the ID, that's when I was like, it just takes you right back to the statement. And that's what made me really feel. And then you take the statement of frozen shock phase. Like, what victim says, yes, I was in a frozen shock phase? To me, that's a medical term. And that the university set up a crisis team as soon as it took place. They knew stuff that was going on before the police did. And as part of the crisis team, we read in President Green's book that as soon as they set up a crisis team, they sent individuals out to all the different fraternities and sororities to discuss what took place. And so when you hear frozen shock phase, to me, that sounds like a counselor was talking to DM and then relayed that information to the law enforcement. I feel like the university wanted to be the one that was holding the cards when it came to the information, so they could dictate what the hell was going to happen when it came to the kind of news that was going to be coming out about everything that took place. And Moscow PD had to be subservient because Moscow PD just had their new building funded with help from the University of Idaho, and the University of Idaho also overpaid to buy their previous police department building. So there was a lot of reason for you not to piss off Daddy Green.
Oh, no suspect, issue about this. But when did the arrest occur? December 30th, 2022. Just in time for everyone to say, "Oh, students, the boogeyman's been caught."
A week before semester.
Campus. You can pour your money into shopping because, as we know, Moscow, and you saw that, right? The shopping is better in Moscow.
Yeah, it is. I know.
Here, come back.
It is, because
you need to get bags over there. I believe, right?
Yeah, because the first couple days after day 3, I learned, do my shopping in Moscow, because there's nothing worse than you go into a damn store where you're getting snacks and all this other stuff, you know, supplies, whatever, and then you get to the checkout counter and you're like, oh shit, they don't have bags here. It took me 3 days.
All my purchases in my hands, right?
It took me 3 days, and then I finally went, I'm just gonna go to Moscow because I got tired of carrying my stuff like a kangaroo pouch while I'm going in the hotel because I didn't have bags. I'm like, I can't keep doing this. And a couple times, you know, the couple days after that, I would just forget about it until I got to the checkout line, and then I'm like, yo, I gotta just keep telling myself I just gotta go to Moscow. It is better because you get bags.
Right, you can at least get back. And why is it that when you come into town, things happen? I remind everyone about the criminal that was on the loose in Pennsylvania. And the day that he landed in Pennsylvania, he was caught, and they paraded him right in front of your hotel.
I was so mad too because I had just got there, maybe like 4 or 5 hours before he got caught. I got to the hotel. It was like 2 a.m. I got to the hotel. I'm watching the flight radar, and they're circling in a certain area. And then that Nick guy or whatever, he's like, well, I'm gonna go home and get some sleep. And I'm sitting there and I'm talking to a couple of the team, and I'm like, man, I feel like I need to go out there. You know, I was like, he's gonna be done. I don't know. This helicopter keeps circling really odd. And I was watching it for like an hour and a half. And then I was already up for like 20 some hours with that drive too. And it was like, no, let me just get a couple hours of sleep. I'll get an hour or two of sleep and then I'll head out there. And literally after I got a couple hours of sleep, I woke up, I went out to the car to get some of the bags. Cause when I got there, I just kind of quick checked in. I went out there to get some of my bags and stuff. And then I look up and I freaking see a whole bunch of cops driving by, and I'm like, what? And then all of a sudden I see that armored truck driving by with him in it, and I was like, oh, hell no. Yeah.
Cavalcante.
Yeah.
His name.
Danilo
After
Cavalcanti.
3 weeks, they couldn't find him.
Yeah.
It took CJ going into town for that to happen.
If I can only do that with JP and the Micah Miller shit, I'm trying to get him to have a conversation.
And then, as I recall, you used that opportunity to go up to the sales, did you not?
I'm sorry, what?
You used that opportunity to being in Pennsylvania to go to the sales university, which no one has done.
Yeah, we did one of the shows from the parking lot that he would have parked at going to class. Yeah. So we did we did a show from the parking lot there. But yeah, I thought it was important too, you know. It was still a little bit of a drive away from where we were at, but it's always about just the atmosphere. It's a different atmosphere when you're there, and it really does make a difference because some things might not make sense just like with this, you know. If I'm looking at the bird's eye view and how far that slab looks, how far it looks away from, you know, the cars in the parking lot. And then when I actually go there and I'm like, and then I show you guys the footage of how really close it does look. It's like, I don't know, that it just it's more awareness really, you know, cause like right here, it seems so far away from this slab here to where these cars are parked. But if you see this video right here, I'm literally right outside my car, and that's how close the slab is. So
unbelievable.
It's scary.
CJ, I'm going to ask you 2 questions.
Yeah.
Okay, because we haven't spoken in so long. Do you think that there's any possibility of a change of venue?
I thought there was. I thought it was like a 75-25 that it was going to be changed, but I don't know. After today, I kind of feel like it went down to the other way, where it's like 25%. It's going to be changed.
I would even give it less because he's talking about, you know, the trial, and he seems like he's pretty much intent. This trial's going to be in LaSalle County.
Yeah.
He's presiding over it.
Yeah.
And what do you think the verdict is going to be?
I think it might end up in a mistrial because the jury's not going to be able to come up with one or the other. I think there's going to be so many questions.
I think to say this as a pessimist,
yeah,
I think that they're going to return a guilty verdict only because of, as you've talked about, the infiltration and the importance of the University of Idaho in that, not just in the police department, but in that county. And I fear that, I hope you're right in this trial, but I fear it's going to come back as a guilty verdict right now. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't think they care. And this is why I say this, because, and I'll drop this link in chat too. This is a video that I did a long time ago. Ann Taylor in 2017 represented somebody that, you know, it's in a different county, but it's the same kind of way the game's played. Okay. And so when you look at this case where she got the acquittal, it's the same kind of propaganda. A whole bunch of she did this, when it came to trial. Where's the beef? Okay, where's the beef? She ended up getting an acquittal. And this was the craziest thing. And I never thought that I would ever see a prosecution team do or say this. And they literally said after the acquittal, they said, we're sorry. And there's the article. I'll read through it, you guys. It's a little lengthy video, but I'll read through it. It says, we're sorry that the jury didn't see the way that we saw it. We still feel like the person that we charged is the one responsible for the crime, and so we're not going to investigate any other leads. That right there tells me they don't care about a conviction. They just care about charging somebody. So when it comes to Kohberger, as soon as they charged the dude, it wasn't about a proper investigation. That's why you got the scapegoat, Brett Payne. That's going to take the blame for all of it. He's going to take the blame for all of it. That's why Lanier backed away. That's why everybody else backed away. Lanier was the first one that showed up that said, as soon as I was pulling up in my frickin' car, I could tell that we were going to need more resources to handle this situation. And to me, I'm sitting there going, well, if there's 50 people outside, you can't tell me that 5 officers couldn't handle a group of 10 people. So if you're telling me that 5 officers couldn't handle 10 people apiece that are just standing out there, that they're not running like cockroaches, you don't have to round them up. Well, then number one, how many people were out there? If you felt as soon as you were driving up, you didn't even get out of your vehicle. As soon as you were driving up, you knew that you had to get more resources. To me, that says it was a shit show from the beginning. As soon as they pulled up, they didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to do it. That's why they called ISP right away, because they're like, look, we're just used to doing noise complaints and writing tickets for underage alcohol consumption. We don't know nothing about this. And I think that's why Lanier, he should have been the lead in the investigation. He was one of the first people to show up, and he was one of the ones with the most experience on the force. Why wouldn't he be handling it?
I think Lanier should have been police chief. You know, I don't know why. Well, I do know, because he graduated from the University of Idaho. The police chief graduated from the U of I. Lanier did not. He was an outsider. All the photographs from the early parts, the few of them that are out there, show Lanier out first. He's out front. He's walking around. You don't see the chief until later.
Right.
So why wasn't he? I think it's because Fry wanted to, in my opinion, control everything.
Yeah, there's a reason why
And 6 months later, Lanier announces his retirement in the middle of his most important trial ever.
Mm-hmm.
This was before Kohberger waived Speedy. trial was supposed to happen in October of 2023. He resigned, I think it was June of 2023. Spend time with his family, that excuse.
Oh, yeah. I called it when I called Captain Dollinger that he was going to be the next chief of police for Moscow
You did.
last November, December. I also excuse me, I'm also calling Bill Thompson's going to retire a couple months before this trial starts.
Whoa.
And I'm calling that.
Dollinger.
I'm calling that.
100%. That's spot on.
Yeah. Like this. That's why I'm saying this shit's crazy. Like, when I was doing all these shows and I'm calling all this stuff, it's crazy as time goes by. And I'm like, especially when I saw that Dollinger was made the new chief of police, I was like, this shit's crazy, but that's what it smells. It smells all of this. It smells Thompson's going to retire a couple months before, the trial takes place, is because he's so worried about his freaking legacy. He's going to bounce out right before it happens because he's going to also realize it's going to be a crap show. And
you leave Ashley Jennings as lead prosecutor, or leave it to the assistant attorney generals who were involved in the case?
I bet you Ashley Jennings, because listen, it's why they're using Brett Payne. That's why they used Brett Payne from the very beginning, because they knew. I mean, you could hear what they were talking about, how he was he was the go-getter. He was a loud guy. He was in your face. They knew damn well he's an egotistic maniac, and they knew damn well if they said, "Hey, Brett, you're the right man for the job," knowing in the back of their head, we ain't never going to be able to get a conviction off this. Here, let's just, oh yeah, I'll do it. He's going to be gung-ho. But the thing is they're using certain people. That's why nobody wanted to touch it. That's why Lanier's like, yo, that's why all these the other people that probably showed up were probably offered the lead investigative position for this crime. And they were probably like, nah, I'm good. Because all the contamination that already took place.
Here. I'm not putting my pension on the line for this.
Huh? Go ahead.
Lanier was not going to put his pension on the line. He's going to retire, leave, and so forth. But yeah, he would have been the perfect, or Dallinger would have been the perfect person.
Yeah.
But so you think he's a scapegoat, Payne?
Oh, of course, from the very beginning, because I guarantee you, number one, they didn't know what they were doing. They already walked in the crime scene. It was already contaminated from all the other people that were in there. They couldn't even tell you how many people were there after multiple press conferences, how many people were there when they showed up. And I guarantee you that's why Mabbitt wasn't even allowed to come out there, is because they didn't even want her, because she's going to be going on the witness stand too. And I guarantee you they didn't even want her to be able to say some shit. I bet you when the ISP showed up, because they knew what they were doing, I bet you when the ISP showed up and they said, I don't know how we're going to even be able to investigate this, because look at all the contamination. As they were getting into their investigative work, ISP had to hand it off, because how are you supposed, with all this contamination, when you don't know how many people were there when you showed up? That's a freaking problem, because you should have had a witness list. Yeah, you should have had a witness list. You should have had a list of how many people. And the fact that the university, and this is why I was saying that the university held the information that took place, because of all the chatter that's going on their apps and everything else. I bet you when they showed up and they were like, oh crap, we don't know, university's like, hey, we have some information, let us help you out. That way they could kind of push however they wanted it to be pushed. I have a feeling like some
Exactly.
people in the university know something because they're the ones that read the chatter.
What about when you pointed out? What about when you pointed out that Green told everyone, "Go home."
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, and it was a week and a half before Thanksgiving.
Let everybody go.
There's no reason for this witnesses to leave.
No. That's the point that, like, when I'm saying the MPD, they should have said, no, you're not.
Right.
Listen, this wasn't the beginning of Thanksgiving break. They still had a week before Thanksgiving break. They could have canceled classes. And everybody, listen, they weren't making plans to leave. Maybe some of them were making plans, but they're not leaving right and missing a couple classes right before they got to come back and do their finals, people. They're going to stay there for those classes because they need to. So to sit there and act like people were making plans a week or two before Thanksgiving to go visit home for Thanksgiving, no, most of these people were making plans to leave when school was done. So there was no reason to send all of these people home because you still had another week. Cancel classes, still show up like you're supposed to at the school, but instead of going to class, come sit down and talk to a counselor.
Exactly. Or speak with MP. Like, for example, that Monday, what was that, November 13th? If you look and research online, you will see that girl with the blonde hair who lived at 1112, where the canine cop is on the deck. She is literally filling up her car and leaving. Why is she leaving that? She is the girl that lives in the house adjacent to the parking lot. Why is she leaving? Who's running the show? Is it MPD telling University of Idaho and Scott Green this is how it's going to be, or is it the other way around?
No, it's the other way around because the university held the information. Why would Mr. Green, did you see the FBI standing up there? Let's be honest. FBI has covered other stuff. They've stood up there in press conferences, right? Why was the FBI not up there, but Mr. Green was up there at the press conferences?
Oh, good point. Good point.
There's
even CJ, even in that video that Ann Taylor showed a couple months back, where she had the witness on stand, the doctor that was doing the surveys, and they showed you, who's standing right behind him?
Mr. Green.
Scott Green.
Yeah.
Not the FBI.
No. ISP. ISP's on the other side. Mr. Green's on the, you always see ISP. You always see MPD. You always see Mr. Green. You don't see the FBI. Mr. Green.
At all. And CJ, what caused that FBI expert to change his opinion? Was a 2011-13 to a 2011, could be to a 2015. That is significant.
I think it was before that. Now that we're talking about these press conferences, I wouldn't be surprised if the FBI was saying to the MPD and the ISP, look, we can't have people from the university here on in our closed meetings here.
Yeah.
Really, as we're talking about it, I'm starting to think like that's when they were like, what the fuck are these guys doing? You don't allow people that are not investigators to be part of an investigative team, because that's when leaks can happen. That's when information can get out. That's when people ain't bringing what they should be bringing to this mental table that we're sitting at. And when I
think the feds pulled back at that point. But who's paying the bills for MPD?
The university.
Who's paying the bills, as you said, for that new important building? Who's paying the bills to go in there and be the officers on campus? It is the University of Idaho. And you also talked about, I think, Memorial CJ, right? Where they accepted like all of this money donate to this memorial. Where's this memorial at?
Right. It was a bunch of pegs 6 months ago in the ground. You know, if they were that important, don't you think you would have had it done for the following school year to then have new students come walk up on it, the students that are returning to see it, especially right before the first year anniversary. And during the first year anniversary, the week of, you're taking local news to show them the grass where it's going to be, and then you're showing them a little 1.5 foot section of a rock that's, you know, into the grass to make it seem like you have shit done, and then you see a bunch of pegs in the ground that looks like they're marking out gas lines and electric lines before they even do a dig. It's like, what are you doing?
Embarrassing. And how about, and I know you were at the memorial year anniversary. How well lit was that, CJ?
It was scary.
Hear anything? Did you
It was
see
scary.
anything?
It was scary when I was walking up, when I got out of the vehicle and I was walking up, even where Brian Enton was sitting. If you go watch him do a live stream feed from the vigil or the memorial or whatever, you'll see how dark it is behind him. It's no joke. When I was walking up to it, in my mind, I'm sitting here going, a year ago, somebody came and attacked 4 students with a knife. And I'm sitting here walking up to this and I'm going, I don't know if I could even tell if somebody would be running up to me with a knife with the crowd of people and how dark it was. It was very eerie. Very eerie.
Very, very eerie. Very eerie. My friends, you know, we've talked for quite a while, and I know you have so many people that want to talk to you. But I just want to say that it's such a pleasure to speak with you again. I'm continuing to covering this case on my Spotify channel, and then I'm going to Soto, Madeline Soto case.
Yeah.
And also Sarah Boone, because I'm here in Florida, I'm in Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Brian Kohberger will always be, the Kohberger case will always be a priority for me. Yes, the Boone case is set to trial in October. So I have to finish the Kohberger, kind of going back over the past public docket, which I'm up to now May of 2023. But then I'm going to cover Soto and then to cover Boone. And I hope we'll have a chance to speak again.
Yeah, we will. Here shortly, in the near future, I'm going to be having some more studio time, and then I'll try and figure out a way to try and do the live call when I'm out on location. Because I would like to do it. I don't want to have to like wait to be in the studio to do the phone call stuff. I'm trying to figure out how I can do it on the road. But I definitely, whenever I'm able to and we could make it happen, I would love to still do a whole show where we just cover everything. If you could do me a favor and send me the links to your podcast, and then I can share them out to you. If you can DM me or send me an email, and then that way it can take people to where your podcasts are. And yeah, anytime I'm going to be starting to do some more, Idaho Forest shows, some other stuff too, some other cases, because now that I've done a lot of the stuff out for Micah Miller when it comes to the locations and having to have that total focus when I'm out there doing that stuff, I've pretty much collected everything that I've need to collect it, and so now I'm going to be more in of a spot where I'm going to be there for the support and the protests and everything, still talking to locals, meetings and things like that, but a lot of the stuff is going to be more chill. I'm not going to have to be running from here to there, so I will have more time, and I do plan on doing some Idaho 4 shows even if I am out there. So I would love to have you on again, and thank you for everything that you're doing and have done, and thanks for always being supportive of the show. It really does mean a lot. You've been there for a long time. I mean, almost from the beginning of when I started doing my show, and you've had nothing but support. So it really does mean a lot. It really does.
Thank you, CJ. I thank you for your time, and I love speaking with you. Thank you to everyone in chat. If you haven't already, please subscribe to CJ's channel, like video, and look at the research that he's done. I think it's important.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I have one question before you go. Do you think Bill Thompson's going to retire before the trial starts?
I think he will. I think you have a good point there.
I'm just curious. I appreciate you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think you're spot on with that. I think he will.
Yeah, I just have a feeling he doesn't want to dirty his record, and he knows what's going to happen when it gets close to it. I think he's going to realize, I better bounce now before, cash the chips in before you lose everything. And that's the only way he's going to do it.
You know what hits the fan, right?
Huh?
For the what hits the fan.
Right? He knows. I mean, you can only make stuff up so much or blow smoke for so long. And, just like JP, now he's like saying he didn't do stuff that he already said that he did because the smoke has just already gotten to a level. You can't make like Alec Murdaugh screaming, somebody shot me trying to change my tire. Like it gets to a point where it's like, the BS is just at a level now. And all this other stuff is outlandish. I mean, especially when you're watching him in the court hearings before the last two, and he's standing up, throwing fits, slamming papers and all sorts of stuff. And I think the last couple.
Well, CJ, there's an old saying that if you have the facts on your side, argue the facts. If you have the law on your side, you argue the law. If you have neither, you pound your fist on the table. That is an old saying, and I think that's what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just baby fits, man. You're not getting your way, and you can only go for so long. I just feel bad. I feel bad for the community, and I feel bad for the parents and the victims because they have to, as much as you have to like keep thinking that Ellie was, you have to put all your trust in the investigation. You have to put in your trust that you're being told the right, the right things. From investigators, and it's got to be heartbreaking because when you have family members that were saying they were told there's so much and just wait until we get to trial and all this, they're common sense people too, and that they got to be sitting there going, where is it? And that's if they've really spent the last year and a half focusing on one person and they come out to be not the person that committed this, that's the most horrific thing of all, because to get justice at that point, good luck. Because if they already showed you they don't care about going after other leads when they think that the person that they charged is the one who committed it, even though the jury acquitted them, that's dangerous and that's unfortunate for any community out there. That is supposed to have that justice and truth coming from those individuals.
And you're 100%. As always, Maddie, Haley, Dana, and Ethan, may they rest in peace. May they receive justice, but I don't think they will. I don't think that because Moscow Police Department, in my opinion, exercising my First Amendment rights, messed up this case from the beginning. They have the wrong guy. And there's a fifth victim here, and his name's Brian Kohberger, and his family as well.
Yeah, let's just all we can do is hope and pray that the right thing happens, and we just keep speaking up because the wheel didn't become a wheel until somebody started questioning the square. And they said, I don't know, maybe there's a different way to do this. This doesn't make sense. Why don't we do it like, when you start to question things instead of going along with the GoPro, that's when you make progress and that's when you evolve. And so it's one of these situations right here where it's like, you can't sit here and, especially with how he was apprehended, you can't sit here and trust that all of these things are, because if it was, why is Ann Taylor a year and a half later from when this crime was committed still asking for basic information.
True.
Yeah. All right.
CJ, thank you for your time. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and have a peaceful and positive day, and happy Friday.
Thanks, CJ. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Appreciate you. All right. That was a great call. I love talking to her too. I'm going to show you guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying she's amazing. I've always loved following her on Twitter as well.
She is. I'm going to show this video since we were talking about it. This is the video where I was showing what it would be like to be a DoorDash driver, driving that route, and how they could literally, like, this is what it could be as a lost DoorDash driver. And so I'm going to play this real quick for you guys. It's a great, it shows how the route went, and then it kind of used their footage to show you a lost DoorDash driver.
Driving eastbound on Queen Road towards the dead-end apartment buildings, and on the right you're going to see here the crime scene home. This is all the investigators' vehicles that were here earlier today collecting those mattresses and boxes, and he would continue on, of course.
I just don't. It's got to be from one of the other houses. It has to. I don't know.
Going straight to turn around to come back. But that's a view of what passing by this home would be. And then again, this is video collected from these neighboring homes in this area, pinpointing this white Hyundai Elantra that they say Brian Kohberger was driving starting at 3:29 a.m., making these passing drive-bys, Vinny.
Quick question, because then I want to get to the rest of this as well. As you drive past and you see those windows, which floors are that? Which bedrooms do you see as you're doing that pass by? Because if this car is casing the joint to see if anyone's awake, whose windows are you seeing?
Absolutely. So there's one way in and one way out of this road. So this is the only way in to this home, what you're looking at right now. Again, moving eastbound on Queen Road, you're going to see the house come up on the right side here. What you're going to see is you're going to see first the front door of the home. It's going to be hard because there's going to be all the law enforcement vehicles in front of the home, but you have the first floor with the front door where they're going in and out, and that would be one of the roommates, Bethany, on that floor. The second floor, if we have the front of the home, the second floor, the right window on the second floor would be Xana Kernodle's room, where Xana and Ethan would be. The left second floor window, I could even show you here behind me. You can see it. It's dark here on the second floor. That is the living room area of this home, where the first floor steps would come up, the living room area. On the back side of this second floor room, this living room area would be Dylan Mortenson's room on the second floor, Vinny. That gives you perspective. And then moving on up, of course, above this camera angle where I am would be the third floor, where Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan would be at that time that car was passing by this home.
Absolutely. I want to show the folks at home some maps because I know you some more video to show us. Let's take a look at this map. This is, again, you see the crime scene. Let's zoom in on that crime scene. That's the home. And Chanley keeps talking about Queen Road. So at 4:04 in the morning, there's a fourth time that the suspect vehicle goes down Queen Road and then sort of turns around in front of that apartment complex, 500 Queen Road. Then you see it start to move forward and then stops. And they think it's either attempting to park or make some sort of a maneuver right in front of the car on Queen Road. But then it starts to move again and goes towards the intersection of King and Queen Road, and that's where it makes one of those 3-point turns, a K-turn. It turns around in that intersection and then heads back east on Queen Road, again towards the home. Now, Chanley, I know you put together some video showing all of this because this is significant. This is 4:04. This is when the car makes its final pass, and then it's time to break it.
I'm sorry. This path This path is like Joe Dirt going to commit this crime. Not somebody that studied SKs, that had questionnaires about what they felt, what mistakes they made. This is like a route that Joe Dirt would have took to go do this crime. Like, you're gonna fucking drive up, turn around right there, then come back around, do another turn, and then come back around. I'm sorry. I just assume this dude is smarter than what they're saying he is. Because they're saying he's stupid as fuck.
And that's where it makes one of those 3-point turns, a K-turn. It turns around in that intersection and then heads back east on Queen Road, again, towards the home. Now, Chanley, I
mean, anybody. Like, who does that? What's up, Kelly? Who does that? Who literally, like, you're gonna commit a crime and you're gonna just look at that. Just look at it. To me, that looks like somebody that got lost trying to deliver food. And they got confused because they were like, wait a minute, I'm on Queen Road, but I need King Road. I need 1122 King Road. I'm on fucking Queen Road. What is my GPS telling me? That's like somebody got lost. I know this because when I go on my damn trips, sometimes my GPS doesn't like to tell me the right way, and all of a sudden I'm doing shit like this. That's somebody that got lost. That's not somebody that stalked out the property 12 times. Come on. Stalked out the property 12 times. But you're like Joe Dirt going to park the car.
Now you put together some video showing all of this because this is significant. This is 4:04. This is when the car makes its final pass, and then
give me a break.
It's time to break into the home and commit a murder.
Don't either, Katrina.
Exactly. So again, we started at 3:29 a.m. So this is more than 30 minutes later, 3 passes by this home later. This is the 4th time, like you said, 4:04 a.m. again, making its way east on Queen Road one more time. This is the only way into this area. You see the crime scene to the right. He, according to this affidavit, continues on straight past these apartment buildings on the right and would make it's very narrow road. As you can see, I've spoke to most of these neighbors that live here on this road, this apartment complex. You would have to go all the way towards the end of this narrow road before you could turn around. It's going to be apartment number 52, according to the affidavit. In this area, this wider circle area where that white Hyundai Elantra turned around, according to this affidavit, and then goes back down the hill west on Queen Road where he passes the crime scene one more time. It would have been on his left side, his driver's side of the car at that time. And according to the affidavit, that's when he sort of fails to either turn around, attempts to kind of park or turn around there right in front of the home. Remember those tire marks, Vinny, on this road that I'm showing you? They would be about where that red car is in front in this video, where those
the tire marks, right where that red car is. Yeah. In the parking lot that wasn't closed off in the beginning, right? They're the killer's tire marks. They're the killer's tire marks. It wasn't closed off, but it was preserved, sir. It was preserved.
tire marks were. So he would continue down. He would pass it after this failed attempt to park or turn around
preserved
in front of the home, and then see the intersection further down where King and Queen meet. He does a 3-point turn there before heading back to this home where, according to this affidavit, committed these murders within about 16 minutes. before speeding off at 4:20 a.m. this direction out Valencia Road.
So let me ask you, Chanley, at 4:04, when all this is happening, what we're showing the folks right now, what's going on inside the house?
At 4:04, well, around 4 a.m., according to the affidavit, there was a DoorDash food delivery delivered to the home, and that was ordered by Xana Kernodle, the second floor room. She ordered food. I believe it was like Jack in the...
That's what they just did with the killer. Look, okay. Does this not look like... We're not even going to listen to him, okay? We're not even going to listen to him. Does this not look... Okay? Does this not look like somebody that's freaking lost trying to order food? I'm not even going to play what they're talking. Just watch their driving, okay? Damn, I swear I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King. Is there another way to get to King Road? How do you... Hold on a minute. Let me look at my GPS again real quick. Okay, well, it's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not at the location. Is that it? I don't know, but it's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not. Shoot, hold on. Let me see if I can go. It must come around. King Road must come around because it's on King Road, 1122. Okay, hold on. Let me see. No, shoot. I can't go anywhere. No, it dead ends. Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back. It's got to be this way. It has to be. Hold on. All right. I don't know. I'm on Queen Road now. I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King Road. Huh? Is that it? But it's Queen Road. I'm looking at the numbers on the house and it says 1122, but I'm on Queen Road. I'm lost, y'all. I don't know. You see what I mean? And when you go back to this, does that not look like somebody that got friggin' lost trying to deliver food? I'm just trying to make it realistic for you guys, you know? Just trying to make it realistic. Not happening. Hold on 1 second. We'll get us back up here. Yeah, it's not happening. That's why I was like, man, this ain't somebody that's casing out the property. This is somebody that literally got lost. And when you have a DoorDash driver that was there right after 4 a.m, when you have a DoorDash driver that was there right after 4 a.m, I would get lost too. That's one of the questions we asked in the beginning was, how in the hell is this even... It doesn't make sense. It's on Queen Road, but it's King Road. So when we looked it up, because if you looked up the GPS, and it showed you, and I'll show you guys, this is what the GPS used to show, okay? So it would show you, here's the house right here. Let me make sure it's showing. Okay. Here's the house right here. Okay. This is what Google would give you for a path to get to the front door of 1122 King Road. It went from here to here to here. That's the Google line that it would give you for directions for 1122 King Road. It didn't give you this. It didn't give you this. It didn't give you here, 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 and here. No. GPS would give you here to here to here. And what it did is it did kind of one of these things. It did one of those things. It showed the Google path going down and then a dot, 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 curved line. Boom, right there. That's why somebody drove up, was like, huh? That's why I played it out the way that I did on that video, because when you sit there and you look, put yourself as a delivery, you never been there before maybe, and you're sitting there going, what the hell? I see the 1122. I see the 1122 on the house right here at this door. I see 1122, but this is Queen Road. That's why it wasn't somebody casing it out. It wasn't somebody that was going there to commit the crime. If you've stalked the property, you already know the route you're taking. You already know the time you're going. You already know where you're parking. You already have played that scenario out in your mind over and over and over and over. You don't have an episode where you do a weird ass turnaround. You don't have this route. You don't.
Not if you know what you're doing.
Right. If you've planned it out, if you've literally stalked it, planned it, you've worked up enough courage, it's go time. You don't make this mistake. It's like I said, you're not out there like Joe Dirt, and then as soon as you go in the house, you're frickin' Michael Jordan.
Just switch, yeah.
Yeah, that's not how chaos goes when you're committing a crime. The chaos happens before or during or after. Chaos in any crime. Look up any freaking crime out there. It doesn't start with chaos and then go completely effective during the highest moments of intensity, which is where you would get chaos from in a situation. Never is there a crime where it starts off chaos, during the crime is effective as you can be to where nobody even knows how you left, and then chaotic after that. It doesn't happen.
That's a really good point.
It doesn't happen. It's you. If it's going to be chaos in the beginning, the chaos follows.
Probably get worse.
Right. If it's not going to be chaos in the beginning, maybe it gets chaos during the crime, and then it's chaos after. There's never a situation where it's chaos, effective chaos.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen. Let me see here. I'm going to see. We can finish watching the Nancy Grace, or we could watch the Law and Crime. when it comes to Howard Bloom's book, I do want to just watch a little bit more on that. I thought the court hearing wasn't happening until 12:30 Central, so maybe they bumped it up a little earlier or something.
Yeah, they did surprise us.
Yeah, because I saw people say it was live, and then I checked it, and I'm like, shoot, I don't see it. The next thing you know, yeah, it was live. I don't know how much. I mean, when it comes to the beginning of the Nancy Grace episode, the fact that she claims she learned a lot from Howard Bloom about Kohberger's dad, I don't know if I really care to watch. I don't know if I really care to watch any more of it. I mean, maybe there is an all-star panel on there. I do love Joseph Scott Morgan, Chris McDonough. He's pretty reasonable. But with Howard Bloom, I don't know. Maybe there'll be a situation where people are like questioning what Howard Bloom is saying. So I don't know. What do you feel like watching, Rosie? Do you want to watch this episode or do you want to watch the Law and Crime episode? I'll leave it up to you.
I'm seeing in chat some people are saying they were disappointed in this, so maybe we should go to Law and Crime.
So the people that have watched this episode, is it just a bunch of people jumping on the bandwagon? I don't see Joseph Scott Morgan jumping on the bandwagon because he's pretty. And I know Chris has kind of questioned some of the investigative practices as well, so I'm sure we would get some good stuff. Is it just an episode where people probably got cut off because they weren't running with it, and it was just a whole puff piece for Howard? You didn't. So Nancy would have pressed him. Yeah. All right. Let's watch. We'll watch the Law and Crime one then. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see here. All right. Here's this one.
There have been several theories as to what exactly happened the night 4 University of Idaho students were massacred, while journalist Howard Blum has a new book about the killings and accused murderer Brian Kohberger that he believes can provide some answers as to why and how this all happened. And he joins us to discuss. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. One of the most mysterious elements to the Idaho 4 killings is the why, right? Why would Brian Kohberger, the former Washington State University grad student who was arrested 6 weeks after the brutal stabbing of University of Idaho students Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, why would he do this, as prosecutors allege? Why would a complete stranger murder 4 people in cold blood back in November of 2022? We don't have a trial date set. We don't know exactly how prosecutors are going to lay out the story. We do know there's quite a bit of evidence that prosecutors plan to use to prove that Brian Kohberger is the killer. DNA, surveillance footage, cell phone data, potential eyewitness. But again, why? Well, there is a new book that has come out, and it is by best-selling author Howard Blum, that explores some of these questions, and it offers a potential explanation for what happened. It's called When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. And Howard Blum joins me right now. Good to see you, sir. Thank you so much for coming on. So here's the book. It just came out, what, today? Yesterday. Today, okay. Yesterday. So here's the question I have for you. Everybody's been fascinated about this case. I'm not surprised you wrote a book about it because people are fascinated about it, but how did you get involved in studying what happened here?
It happened really by accident. 2 years ago, we're sitting around the Thanksgiving table. We had finished discussing politics, family matters.
That's dangerous, but yeah.
And the talk turned to this perplexing murder that just occurred in Idaho about a week earlier. So I hadn't been following the case then, but all weekend it sort of stayed in my mind. And I texted Graydon Carter, who ran Airmail magazine, and Graydon said, sure, go on out for us. We'll pay your bills. And I went out there, not really just to report on it, but I thought I'd been a former Times reporter, put on my trench coat. I go out there and I'll try to solve the case.
Yeah.
Because, no one had gotten to the bottom of things. So I get there. I'm there for like a couple of days, and I think, well, I've got this figured out, because the house is sort of in a gully. There's houses around it. I would figure someone from one of those houses, one of the areas, would see these kids. They're full of ebullience, exuberance, beauty, and he'd feel on the outside of things, and that would have sent him sort of ragefully.
So before we even get into the theories that you lay out in the book, which I find are fascinating, I think a big question is, and I was surprised by it too, why publish a book about this before the trial?
It's a very good question, something I gave a lot of thought to. What I've done, and this is my...
And especially with my question, why are you releasing this book after all these court hearings?
Exactly.
Because it's a bad move, yo. It's a bad move. That's probably one I would have put back on the shelf, or maybe say, hey, I got a part 2 coming out. Because, man.
Clarifying notes.
Right, like there's a part 2, y'all. I'm just letting you know right now. There's a part 2. Everybody's writing a book. Maybe I should write a book, how this case changed my path on the kind of show and genre and everything that I even like. I never did any of this stuff, in the physical form out here with all these different things until I even started doing this. And so it had totally changed even what I thought or was trying to envision when I first started this channel. It's a completely different path just because of this case right here. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. Write a book.
My 15th book. I was a reporter at the New York Times. I wrote for Vanity Fair as a contributing editor for a lot of years. And what I do is I tell true stories, but I tell stories. And I think this is an important story with a beginning, a middle, and an end right now. The subtitle of the book is The Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. And it's a story that's supposed to be a loving remembrance of these children who've lost their lives. It's also a police thriller in many ways, a procedural of how the police caught this man. And it's really an answer to a puzzle of what happened. And I'm able to tell it really as a cross-country journey that the father and son take. And in this journey, where I was able to get some new information, I lay out a story that aspires to be a narrative that people can enjoy. So I thought now's the time to write about it.
Let's talk about that puzzle. So one of the big pieces of this book is you have a theory as to why, if Bryan Kohberger really did do this, who he was targeting. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first, emphasize what you said. It's my theory, my suspicion. Right. The prosecution and defense, one of the few things they agree on is that there was never any interaction between Kohberger, either in person or on social media, with any of the victims. I say that's perhaps not so true. If one looks at the course of what happened that night, Kohberger enters the house on the second floor through the kitchen sliding door. There are 2 bedrooms right adjacent to the kitchen. He could have gone into either of those bedrooms. Instead, he pursues, as if a man on the mission, up a narrow staircase and goes into Maddie Mogen's bedroom. He finds inside that bedroom not just Maddie, but Kaylee. He had really no idea that Kaylee was there. She's not really living in the house anymore. She's up in north in Coeur d'Alene. She's getting ready to graduate, and she's doing an internship there. So I believe that he had, at one point, in the Mad Greek restaurant where he would go for, which is in downtown Moscow, he goes there for vegan food. He met Maddie. He didn't even have to talk with her. He was a man who was prone to obsessions, his heroin addiction, his decision to lose 125 pounds, his decision to go from a low-ranking community college to a top-ranking graduate school in criminology. He threw himself into things. And for some reason, her beauty, her exuberance, her vitality.
See, you could totally look at all the situations that he just brought up and say, wow, this person was overcoming a lot, and this person was becoming very successful.
Strength of character.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah.
No, don't be. When you are when you are referred by your professor and she gives you a referral to get you accepted into the program at WSU, yo, you can bring all that stuff up, but as much as you want to say, oh, it turned him into this twisted psychotic, I could sit there and say, bravo, man, because you were in a dark place. I have a lot of friends, unfortunately, over the years that have struggled or passed away from that specific substance. And I'm telling you right now, for somebody to make it out of that hole, and become successful, man, I'm telling you right now, I have a lot of inner strength. And man, when I see these, friends of mine or people that I know that struggle, man, each one of them, I can do nothing but this, because it's like, man, I don't even know. I know I have a lot of inner strength. I don't know with that. I can't even tell somebody, yeah, I could for sure, because I don't know. That shit is
Exactly. Yeah, this is so irresponsible.
Man, at least there's people like us that are saying it, because, man, you really have to look at it. And I'm sure, I mean, listen, this is an epidemic in our country when it comes to this substance.
Yeah.
There's a period of time, there was like a 4-year period of time in Akron where I'm sitting there waking up every freaking day, and it's not 2 or 3, it's 20. I mean, it was like they had to get trailer trucks that had refrigeration devices in order to hold some of the people's bodies, because they didn't have enough room at the morgues because people were dropping so quick in our city. Man, it's crazy.
Her blondness, even that attracted Brian Kohberger, I believe. A killer needs two things: someone to love and someone to hate. And either he loved the image that she projected so much and hated himself for being on the outside of it, or he hated her and felt she was a constant rebuke to everything that he was trying to become.
Why do you say that? Because first of all, and to back up and to be clear, you're not suggesting that anybody who has some sort of drug addiction will have an obsession with a person, right? They might have an addiction to a drug. Doesn't mean they're obsessed with it. There's something specific about Kohberger.
An obsessive personality.
Okay.
I think you can see a pattern of a personality that falls into obsessive beliefs, obsessive behavior. And that's been the story of his life. And for whatever reason, and I wish I could speak with him. Have you
tried?
I've tried everything. It's pretty hard to get to Brian Kohberger
He won't
right
say
now.
anything while this legal case is going on.
And I don't think he's allowed to by the gag order.
Right.
That's another problem with this case. To digress for a second, this gag order is so restrictive that it's allowed anyone with any knowledge to speak on the record. Anyone I spoke to, I had to speak to off the record. And in this vacuum of authoritative comments on the case, the vacuum is filled with half-truths, lies, innuendos, and outright vicious accusations that fill the...
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, he's in the middle of admitting that his book is baseless, that he hasn't been able to get the right information.
Sources. But he somehow knows all of this inner detail of what took place, who was talking about what, who was thinking about what, the exact path that was taken, who he was focused on. I mean, and that's where I'm sitting here and I'm going, why? What is this fascination with this individual?
He's obsessive. I mean,
what is it about Howard Blum? I don't know. What is it about him that people are, even Nancy Grace? You'll sit. I mean, we love it because she sits there and questions Sebastian Rogers' case. She sits there and questions Micah Miller's case. She sits there and questions all these cases. Why not this one? Like, how can you sit there and be so sucked in going, I learned so much about Brian Kohberger's daddy?
I don't know.
It's bad because these are people we're supposed to look up to. You know, as much as people, I don't know how other people approach their shows. I approach mine with a journalistic integrity and because that's what we do. We take facts, we investigate, we talk to people, we report. We're giving you the information from what we learned and our opinions from it. That's what we do. We're journalists. It's a new age. We didn't have to do an intern at the local Gazette to have a voice. And so these are people we're supposed to look up to because these are the people that came from where it first started, the ground rules that laid the approach that I take when it comes to my shows. I wouldn't have this approach to a journalistic, the journalistic approach. I wouldn't have it if these forefathers didn't put the ground and laid the unwritten rules of how to do it respectfully in the right way. And when this can be, this is all fact and I know what, this and this, but then at the same time, you're making some of these stories and it's like, how do you even get your information? Do you think Kohberger's dad really talked to him? Do you think Kohberger's sister, if he really talked to her, do you think Kohberger's sister talked to her dad about the conversation that Brian and him had on the way back?
I don't believe that.
I don't even know if I believe that his sister. I know that there's a lot of stuff out there that she was saying he had something to do with it. Who knows what kind of relationship they have in the first place? Because just because you're family doesn't mean that you get along.
Yeah, true.
Just because you're family doesn't mean you might, a sister. Oh, I think he might have did it, Dad. What the hell you thinking? Because he has the same car that's not even the same year? That's probably why he didn't even respond to her if that story's true, because he probably sat there and went, man, the year the car's been out this whole time. I'm not even going to answer that question.
Yeah, why entertain it? Exactly.
Especially if it's about innocent until proven guilty. Don't you think that somebody, this doesn't just happen overnight, these kind of tendencies. Don't you think somebody, like real people, not some Tinder date, because I mean, how real is Tinder anyway? So not some Tinder date that somebody's like, yeah, you said I had childbearing hips. Like, you're going to believe people like that. Where's the people that are coming out to speak against him? Because if he was this kind of person, he was around a lot of people. He was around a lot of people in Pennsylvania and out in Washington. Why has nobody with real validity came out and shared a real personal experience?
And I mean, not only was he around a lot of people, he was probably around a lot of criminologists, right?
Yeah.
So.
And don't you think if he was really studying how to be better than BTK and Ted Bundy and all these others, don't you think his ass would have drove up and not did a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Trust me, if he gets found not guilty, that's why I've said this whole time, I ain't got to worry about taking down none of my shit because it's been about innocent until proven guilty the whole time. I ain't got to sit there and scramble and spend 4 days going through videos and what could be used against me because, no.
Yeah.
No, not me. Have fun, people. I already did that. When the whole music thing happened, when the record industry was starting to go after content creators that were playing real music. And then everybody had to get rid of all their videos and stuff so they didn't get sued from the companies because they were going to make people an example. Yeah, I spent 4 days removing content. Trying to I'm not doing it again. So yeah, we ain't got to worry. It was. I was like, why don't I just blow the whole thing up? You know what I mean? Because it was cool, man. I had music videos in the bottom of the corner of the screen while we're doing different things. You could literally request music in the chat, and the song that you wanted would pop up with the video and lyrics and all sorts of stuff. It was really cool.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, until they put the shutdown on it. But I don't know. Hopefully Jesse questions this guy. Jesse seems pretty level-headed sometimes. But man, I don't understand how this guy is just going all over the place and spewing his shit. Because people are going to believe this shit, that haven't spent all this time going into the case.
Yeah, and people seem excited about this book, and
it's just like somebody that's new in chat, they were like, I didn't even know that. I thought that was the front of the house the whole time. You know what I mean? And somebody that might not have, is into another case, never heard it, never really got into it. There's cases where there's a lot we don't even cover because it's like we would have to do so much catch up. Good luck. It's one of these things where oh my gosh, he talked to his dad, which you would think you're looking at this guy and you're like, yeah, he's respectable. He comes from journalism, all this background. He was there. So you expect he's doing things a certain way. And then he's saying things based off of what he's doing. It could be very dangerous. His sister just did an interview also. Ooh, who did that one? Who did that one? Let me know.
The internet.
There's a part of your book where you talk about the idea of that night in question. And a lot of piece of the evidence is that he had been allegedly circling that area multiple times. Now, some would say he was stalking it, trying to scope it out. You have a different explanation for what might have been happening there.
I believe that he was not stalking the area. If he was stalking the area, he would have seen all the cars in the driveway. He would have seen the DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. and that would have deterred him. That if he was out to make the perfect crime, he would have thought twice about it. What was going on in the person driving the white car's mind, I believe, and again, this is my supposition, he was trying to find the will, trying to cross over from the world he was living in into this manic state.
Well, it's two birds with one stone. See, there's a hot dog steak on the screen, and I smelled a hot dog steak in chat that was trying to spread misinformation. So it's a two bird with one stone. I went hot dog steak and hot dog steak. So there you go.
Or he could have the power to kill, to take someone's life. And he was trying to escape from it. He was trying to, every time he drove away, he was hoping, I can get away from this. But like a magnet, these demons pulled him back. And he ultimately could not escape. And when the car stops at the top of the hill and he turns off the ignition, the killer, I think it took the strength of Hercules for the killer to do that and then make up his mind. Then he was committed to these murders.
So just to clarify that point, you don't think he set out that night, left his campus, left his where he was living to go murder somebody? Would that be fair to say?
No, I think,
or was he?
He was. His mindset was he was ready to murder, but as soon as he got there, he tried to pull back. He tried to pull back not once, not twice, but 3 times. For all we know, there might have been another night when he tried to commit this crime too, and was successfully able to pull back.
In other words, and by the way, this is we're speculating here. We have to be clear.
Yes.
But the evidence that he had been in that area multiple times before, you suggest that could have been opportunities that he was looking to strike earlier.
Yes, or trying to come to terms with this, or what I think part of it was he was on the periphery of these events and he was looking into everything that's happening at that party house. I think that.
And you believe that based on his background? He was on the outside looking in.
Yes, and also, in Pennsylvania, where he grew up, he was always on the periphery events with women and events there. I talk about in the book about a pool party he goes to when he first gets to Washington State University in Moscow. And he's sitting there and he's looking good on the steps of the pool. He's now worked out. He's made his body a fortress.
A fortress.
And he's talking up to people.
Oh my God.
He suddenly breaks away and goes to 2 women.
That's like a 90s R&B song or something. Baby, your body is a fortress. Like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
I don't know.
Made his
think
body
that's in the
a
book?
fortress. Baby, your body's a fortress. Like, what, man? It's as bad as freaking Clad in Black.
A darkly cladded fortress.
He made his body a fortress. Oh my gosh. I miss talking about this case and people like this, man. Oh my gosh. Hot dog steak. Look at the color of his tie. That's the color of the hot dog steak, you guys.
In black 2-piece bathing suits. And he gets their numbers.
See? It's the same color.
One, and then he gets the other.
The orange and brown.
Immediately after that, he makes this connection. He disappears. He leaves the party. I spoke with the women, and he never called them. However, in the aftermath of events, they've now come to believe that perhaps the hang-up calls they started getting in the aftermath of the party were from Kohberger. And again, he just could not make the next step to become the man or the person that he wanted to be.
My voice is cracking. Let me grab a water real quick.
Oh my gosh. Are you fucking serious? These plugs are so lame. They need to come up with better writers, man. Hire me. I will come up with better commercials for you. Those are so cheesy. Oh, my throat's a little scratchy. What the? Okay. You know what? Maybe one of these days I will film my own spoof for a commercial or something for like
Do it.
For a package of hot dog steaks. I'll make it sound like a car salesman, right? Maybe I'll do that. I'll go out to like a pig farm or something. I'll wear my cowboy boots and I'll wear my backwards hat. Yeah, there we go. I'll wear my cowboy boots, my backwards hat, and I'll make a commercial for hot dog steaks, y'all. My gosh.
You talk about how, and again, assuming that Brian Kohberger
come on down, y'all.
He goes in the house, goes upstairs, kills Madison Mogan,
kills
value. Kaylee Gonzalez is in the room. Explain to us why he would feel the need to go downstairs and kill Xana and Ethan.
Well, he has to go down the stairs first to get out of the house. That's where the door is from the kitchen, the second floor. And I think Xana was up. I mean, we hear her saying, according to the testimony from Dylan Mortensen, there's someone here. And so she's up. I think Ethan then he was killed first, from what I've been able to discover. He goes to confront him. And Ethan is 6'4". He's an athlete, a basketball player, a soccer player. And yet the suspect or the assailant, whoever it is, kills him with really basically one knife slash to the neck. And as Ethan is laying there, Xana is now crying. He moves forward.
He really did that again? Because he had me freaking confused. Like, it had been so long since we covered this case, and then I heard him say that, and I was like, yeah. And then, wait a minute. Xana didn't say that. He did it again.
Wasn't it that the PCA said that Dylan Mortensen said that she heard Kaylee saying it, but then the PCA added in that it might have been Xana because of her TikTok activity, or her phone activity, or something?
I don't remember that. I remember in the PCA, DM stated that she heard somebody she thought playing with the dog upstairs, which she thought she heard the roommate playing with the dog upstairs, and then that followed by, I think somebody's here. And if you listen to Howard Bloom, he talks about the person going upstairs first. It was being focused on upstairs. The PCA, it says it's coming from upstairs. The only time that there was anything referred to somebody making noise on the second floor was the whimpering, the crying. Okay. And then a male voice that said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." So I would have to look at it specifically.
Yeah, I might be remembering it wrong. For some reason, it's been a while, but yeah.
Let me see here. Hold on. Let's take a look at it. Okay. I just have to scan it to look for where it states. Okay. Okay. Right here, page 5. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Consalvis, Kaylee, playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Consalvis say something to the effect, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this also could have been, also could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12. Well, this is where I have to question it then. Your bedroom is, DM's bedroom is right under Kaylee and Maddie's room that they were in. So how do you not know? How do you not know if you're saying in this right here? I think this was added because if you're saying this right here, where who she thought was Consalvis say something to that effect. So DM said she heard who she thought was Consalvis saying something to that effect of "There's someone here." Now they're saying a review of records obtained. So they add that in.
Yeah.
So if you're going off of what DM is stating, I think she would know
exactly
if it's Kaylee or Maddie compared to Xana or Ethan. Because she's right in the room right underneath. You would have heard somebody say that above you not across from you, especially being in the room under.
I mean, why doubt what Dylan's saying about a voice that she hears every day?
Or the direction. Because...
But it seems like... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it seems like Blum's going with the forensic download. When I'm getting confused about what he's saying. He's saying it's Xana now?
That's what he's been saying on these shows.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
That's not what DM stated.
Exactly.
It what's written, a review of the records. So that means that Payne reviewed the records and said it could also have been so and so. That's not what DM stated. That's what Brett Payne stated. So I think DM would know if the voice is coming up above or across. I think what that does is when they put that in the PCA, it covers both bases. It covers the base of a person that could have potentially came to the second floor first and then went to the third floor. Because let's be real, if it was Xana that heard and made the said there's someone here, don't you think her or Ethan's ass would have been upstairs on the third floor trying to help prevent whatever the hell was going on?
Yeah.
Especially with Ethan being there. You know she would have done everything to wake up Ethan if something... Because that's not... When that kind of crime is taking place on that third floor, it's not like you're playing video games. There's sounds that go along with the act and the people that are getting it done too. There's probably sounds from the person that's committing it as well.
Yeah.
If you were awake and you thought somebody was there and it was you on the second floor, you're either going up there, you're calling 911 right there, not 8 hours later, or you're waking up your boyfriend. Yeah, that was added. So let's just throw that in there. That way, if it does come up where it took place a different way, they just like look at all the mistakes in the PCA. It's plausible deniability. Is what it is.
Killer. And he says, and this according to Dylan Mortensen, it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I won't hurt you. And of course, he then proceeds to kill her. The attack is so vicious. She holds up her hand at one point. The knife goes right through her tendon, right through the hand. And these two people and Kaylee upstairs, I believe, are unfortunately, grimly collateral damage. He then leaves and then becomes the famous or infamous incident where Dylan Mortensen emerges from her room and sees him. And she's in, as she describes it, a frozen state of shock. At this point, the killer is locked in his own sort of mania, his own armory of hate, if you will. And I don't think he's even aware of her presence. If she had spoken up, if she had said one word, if she had screamed in terror, I think he would have then attacked her too. And I think it was her silence that saved her life.
You're saying you don't believe he even saw that she was there?
He had no realization. She could have been as close as you and I are right now, but he just walked by. He was locked in his own tight world. He had just crossed over into all the dreams he was having, into the world of becoming a killer.
One of the big questions is, why would the knife sheath be left there? So do you believe it was in a state of panic, if assuming that he did this, presuming that he did this, that he just didn't think about what he left behind? Because again, a lot of talk has been, he's a criminology student. He's trying to commit the perfect crime. How could he make a mistake like that?
I think first he's shocked to find Kaylee in the room. And then Kaylee, even though she's wounded, gets up from the bed. Her body is found wedged at the far corner of the room. The bed occupies most of the room. And she's also fighting him back and in this corner. And he hadn't anticipated they would have to kill someone else. And in that battle, in that confusion, because she's fighting valiantly, he just left the knife sheath behind. All his plans just fell apart. You know, like Mike Tyson says, once the first punch is thrown, all plans go out the window.
You write that you believe Kohberger's family may have had a feeling he was the killer?
Yes. The book, as I said before, is structured on this cross-country trip where Kohberger is sitting with his father. They're as close as you and I are right now. They're in a white Hyundai. Just so happens that the police have made it clear they're looking for a white Hyundai. The killings the father knows were about 10 miles away from where his son is living. He knows his son has had a history of psychological problems. At one point, when his son is a heroin addict, the father even has to report him to the police for stealing the sister's iPhone. And so the father goes out there and immediately takes the son's temperature, emotional temperature. And the son is in one of his states. This is how it's explained to me. He can be arrogant, dismissive, and the father's usual reaction to that is, okay, take a step back. But as they're going in the car, there's conversation. And one of the key conversations, according to the reporting I had, is the son complaining about how he's being treated at Washington State University, how the professors have it in for him. The students just want lenient grading. They don't want to live up to his standards. And he's being victimized because he doesn't want to mollycoddle these students. But
I thought it was just BK and his dad in the car.
Right?
And he hasn't talked to BK and he hasn't talked to his dad. So how in the hell does he know the conversations that were taking place on a 40 to 50 hour freaking car ride?
I don't know.
What's up, judgmental? This is freaking nuts. It's one thing if you want to say what you think the path of the crime was, but man, when this is crazy. I can't believe people are eating this shit up. I really can't.
Yeah. I also can't believe it.
And him being on all these other shows, why in the fuck is nobody questioning him? It's not just on mainstream media. He's been on other fucking shows on YouTube. Why aren't they questioning this man? Like, what the hell? We got 12 minutes left. I don't know if I want to finish it because it doesn't seem like Jesse's. He's just letting him fucking go on too. I don't. Yeah. What is it with this Howard Bloom guy that people are just sucking all of this up? I don't. What the? I don't even. I feel like we should, but honestly, I don't even. I thought Jesse would.
Yeah.
Like, why is nobody saying, how do you know the conversation that was taking place during the car ride? It's a basic fucking question. Because I have a source. Come on, man. You got to do better than that. Where was this? You don't have to tell me who the source was. But how did this source gain this information? How does this source know the conversation that took place in a 40 to 50 hour car ride between two people and ain't nobody else was in there? hearsay from somebody else? Again, what's better communication, a phone call or a text message? You see how much stuff gets misunderstood through a text message. This is crazy. Judgmental, member for 7 months. I know it's been more than that, and here's many more. Thank you so much for your contribution, and thank you for all the support. It does mean a lot to us here in the community because that support allows us to do what we do every single day for you. I don't know. Do you want to finish it? I'll finish it if you want to.
Do you think it'll improve? We can.
I don't know. I think it's just going to be the same. I think basically he's going to finish embellishing in this story. Jesse's going to sit there, act interested, and then my throat's scratchy. We'll probably get another one of those again, too.
Okay, let's not.
My gosh. Yeah, we're going to be, are you still wanting to read the book tomorrow, or did you want to do it on another day, Rosie? It's up to you. You still want to do it tomorrow? Yeah, I don't mind. I think it's going to be interesting to read through it. Yeah, he's going to be on J for Justice tomorrow. I hope to God she asks shit. I really do. She's amazing. I love her. I know that somebody like this is a powerful figure, and maybe you could be kind of shell-shocked with this person. I don't know. I'm going to be there in chat. We'll see what happens. Let's support J for Justice tomorrow. And then we're going to do our read through of it. Tonight, we're going to be coming back tonight here in a few hours. We're going to have Protest Jesus J showing up on the show again. We're going to be going into more of the Micah Miller stuff, some stuff we didn't get to go through last night, and some new stuff that we're going to go through tonight. So we'll have another show this evening here in a few hours. And if we don't see you tonight, we'll see you tomorrow either in chat, J for Justice, or, as we read through Howard Bloom's book. At least, I don't know. From what I'm hearing and what we're seeing in chat, the book is just joke. But I think it'll be good to read it anyway. Is there anything you want to cover real quick before we end the show, Rosie?
I'm good.
You're good? Mm-hmm. All right, everybody. If you missed some of the links, that's why if you are new to the show, I encourage anybody to create a playlist because I do drop links throughout the show, whether it's content that we use or some of my own links to kind of help everybody understand different things when it comes to different parts of this case. So if you missed any of them, go back in the replay. You'll catch the ones. There's just a few that I put out there, specifically the DNA dirty glove, how the K-bar could have been Maddie's or Kaylee's, and the route when it comes to DoorDash or somebody casing it out. But we'll be back tomorrow. Definitely going to be having more shows for Idaho 4. We're going to be getting back into the swing of things. And we're also going to be doing stuff for the other cases that we still cover. We're going back for Micah. And then we got another surprise next week for you, but I ain't saying shit until we're there. So we're just going to see you. A little surprise next week. We're just going to show up. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Typically Unique. Thank you, Commercial Zone. Thank you all in the community for your support. Appreciate it. And I hope you all have a peaceful and positive day. You too, Rosie. Thank you so much for everything you do for us.
And you as well. Good night, everyone.
Good night.